Atlantic Council, and really excited to host this event and welcome an audience back, especially our dear friends from ENEC, Your Excellency Mohammed Al-Hamidi, Managing Director and CEO of the Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation. And we're really, really excited to be in New York for the inaugural Nuclear Energy Policy Summit. I think Fred mentioned yesterday, probably means we're going to aim to do this on a more regular basis annually, and I think the audience here and the community that we're pulling together justifies that. Yesterday we heard from Fred Kemp, the CEO and President of the Atlantic Council, about why he stood up the Nuclear Policy Initiative and the three priorities: energy security, decarbonization, and global partnership that underpin that effort. Today, I want to talk about the imperative to build the next generation of nuclear reactors and why it's critical that we do so through American leadership alongside our partners and allies. The existing fleet is a critical component of clean, secure, and affordable electricity generation. It's been a historic contributor to fighting climate change by providing the lion's share of America's carbon-free electricity. We can expand on that proven track record by looking to the next generation. We can envision the potential benefits, economic, social, and environmental, to building capacity and growing the book of business. But we can't do it alone. To realize our ambition and offer attractive tenders in emerging markets, like-minded countries must consider international co-financing and how to pool our relative experience and manufacturing capacities. The United States and its allies can work together, must work together, to deploy these next-generation technologies at scale. And by doing so, strive for nuclear energy to play a role in accelerating net zero pathways in the power sector, and as we heard yesterday, well beyond. I'm looking forward to the conversation that will take place today, and I believe it will galvanize enthusiasm for nuclear energy, especially in the run-up to COP28. Nuclear can expedite the energy transition. With that, I'm very delighted to introduce the Honorable Rita Jo Lewis, President and Chair of the U.S. Export-Import Bank, who will offer keynote remarks. Chair Lewis is spearheading historic commitments to support U.S. nuclear energy and financing of nuclear energy projects around the world. EXIM has really shown a vibrant support for an industry that has been finding its pathways in Washington, D.C. and having a lot of success recently, and we really owe a lot of that to EXIM. So with that, Chair Lewis, I'm extremely thankful for you joining us this morning, and welcome you to the podium.
Thank you very much. It is definitely an honor and a pleasure to be here with all of you. Let me begin first by thanking His Excellency and the Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation, alongside Fred and Landon and the entire Atlantic Council team, for hosting us today. You know, I'm always excited to have the opportunity to share how EXIM is working to advance opportunities for U.S. exporters across the nuclear industry. I understand that you had a rousing conversation yesterday with Secretary Kerry, who is our special envoy, who just returned. I just returned with him from Romania. And so delighted to see one of our youngest celebrities and youngest activists, Grace Stanks of Miss America. So glad to see you here. We need all the voices out there on this topic. You know, I am fully aware that a lot of people may not know who is EXIM. So I always start out with just saying that EXIM is an independent agency. It's a federal agency that is America's only official export credit agency. And our mission is to support American jobs through facilitating the exports of U.S. goods and services. And so EXIM has been providing financing for overseas nuclear transactions for over 5 decades, and has world-class expertise in analyzing technical, legal, financial risk in the international nuclear sector. You know, we work very closely with all of our U.S. exporters, large, medium, and small, who are at the forefront of nuclear technologies, which includes pressurized water reactors, boiling water reactors, and small modular reactors and nuclear research reactors. You know, in 2019, when Exim Bank was reauthorized, Congress asked us to make more financing available in key areas that promote clean energy technology deployment overseas, that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and help us address the climate crisis. They also asked us to make more financing available with small business, as well as in the renewable energy, energy efficiency, energy storage space, as well as with transformational exports, including everything from AI, semiconductors, quantum computing. It also includes critical minerals and the like. And then they asked us to make more available in financing available in sub-Saharan Africa. And I can tell you that we have been doing all four. You know, we also understand that one federal agency cannot do it alone. And so that's why we enjoy great collaborations with our counterparts across the State Department, DFC, USTDA, the Department of Commerce, Department of Energy. And we're working very closely to support civilian U.S. nuclear exports in several countries, including Romania, Poland, Brazil, and India, and many others throughout the world. For those of you who have been working diligently with us, Senator Manchin and Reese, as you probably know, recently introduced the Civil Nuclear Export Act of 2023. It is a bipartisan legislation that would recognize the important role of U.S. nuclear exports that they play in advancing America's competitive leadership, especially with respect to China. You know, last year at COP27, when we announced our letters of interest for nuclear work in Romania, I was there alongside Special Envoy Kerry, where he said it best: nuclear energy is clean energy, and its potential to address both decarbonization and the growing demand for electricity is clearer than ever before. So at XM, we have prioritized the exports of advanced nuclear technologies to promote economic growth, enhance global security, and safeguard our environment to ensure that American nuclear exporters can compete on a level playing field. And I also say not just compete, but so that they can win. As you already know, nuclear energy is a critical component of the global energy mix, second only to hydropower as the world's largest source of carbon-free energy. So XM support, we believe, can be a game changer, which we know will contribute to a generation worth of jobs and US-based supply chains that foster them. You know, we also know that these transactions are very complex. They require an enormous amount of work, and that is why we continue to collaborate with companies who are behind these innovative nuclear technologies. So let's look at XM's recent efforts under the Biden-Harris administration. Earlier this month, I traveled with the US delegation to the summit of the 3 Cs initiative. You know, at the 3 Cs forum, which was led again by, of course, Secretary Kerry, also was attended by Assistant Secretary Jeff Pyatt. But while there, we were able to meet with all of the government leaders, including the Prime Minister, the Vice Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Energy, Minister of Commerce, and so many more. So that's one of the reasons, as we look towards the work that we're doing around the world, we continue to maintain our commitment to use all of our financing tools to help advance priorities in the nuclear energy sector. We think it's beneficial in Romania to participate while we were there in the SMR simulator tour at the University of Bucharest. As many of you already know, that then during COP27 last year, as we get ready to prepare for 28, XM presented 2 letters of interest for U.S. exports being used at a nuclear power project in Romania. That was presented to the President, President Iohannis, and also at that time, Energy Minister Popescu. You know, earlier this year, XM also issued another letter of interest to Fluor and NuScale, totaling $3 billion for potential small modular reactor projects for RoPower in Romania. While we were there in Romania, we were able to meet with all of those representatives. So in addition to the LIs and the MOUs we've already issued in this area for Poland and Romania, we've also recently announced a letter of interest for $99 million for XM's engineering multiplier program for Romania's SMR pre-design work, and a second letter of interest for $3 billion for the Romanian SMR project capital expenditure. Hopefully, you will be able to see that that is a true demonstration of the work that we can do in countries and have already begun. Secondly, XM recently announced a new program called, a new initiative called Make More in America. It is the first time that a U.S. agency has a domestic financing facility to support the increase of export capacity. It is applied on terms that are also consistent with the OECD arrangements. You know, our nuclear credits are also subject to compliance with all of the international standards, which we adhere to vigorously. So you've heard me mention our LOIs. You've heard me talk about the non-binding indications of XM's general interest in proposed transactions or projects. We believe that those letters provide an incentive for general financing terms that XM is prepared to consider based on limited review of such a transaction project. So as we have seen and worked with our allies, we also can provide for those exporters, and many of you, our preliminary commitment, which we hold as a non-binding preliminary offer of financing terms based on credit evaluation and policy review that is approved by our XM Board of Directors. Another product we offer is our EMP, our Engineering Multiplier Program. And those are dollars that can be used for the pre-implementation stage for technical services with respect to a foreign project. You know, it is important to note that there is no set amount through each EMP loan is designed to be folded into the long-term financing of the covered project if it proceeds with XM support. So these loans have repayment terms of up to over 18 years after construction for new build or modernization projects. For loans relating to nuclear fuel loads, the tenor is up to 4 years for initial loads or 2 years for subsequent reloads. So XM's loans and loan guarantees in the nuclear sector are made in the form of sovereign financing and corporate financing. You know, as we look at our long-term financing, and we go back and take a step back and go back to Make More in America, you know, it really is important for us to say it is an effort for us to provide financing at market rates and scale according to the number of U.S. jobs supported by the proposed project, with each year job to unlock over $190,000 in financing. You know, one of the things that is very clear for us at XM is that Congress is increasingly interested in empowering us to support nuclear exports fully and effectively. Our chief ask for all of you today is to have you bring us your good nuclear deals that are bankable, that support products, especially made in America. For more information, you can always find and visit us, xm.gov. You know, you always got to say that. Wouldn't be a government agency without telling you that. And I look out at the room and I see our colleagues, and you can find them from whether it's State Department, Department of Energy, or here with us. We all travel together. You're going to be meeting so many of them later on today. It is important for all of us to understand that the Biden-Harris's commitment is about a whole of government approach, not just the approach from one government agency or even just one private sector company. We understand that it is going to be alongside the private sector companies, our government agencies, and of course, our valued friends and allies that are sitting in this room and helping to put on events like this. So we believe that our collective efforts will help create an equitable and more prosperous future for all exporters and make sure that the innovators of clean and innovative nuclear energy projects, like all of you have access to the boundless opportunities that XM has to offer. So we also don't want you to just think about XM, we want you to be able to use XM. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those remarks, Chair Lewis, and illuminating not only the work underway at the U.S. Export-Import Bank, but also this whole-of-government approach. And we appreciate you taking the time to be here so soon with us after your travel to Romania as part of the U.S. delegation to the Summit of the Three Seas Initiative. And I hope you're not still too jet-lagged. My name is Lauren Hughes. I am the Deputy Director of the Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. And it is my distinct pleasure to introduce a woman who needs no introduction. Grace Stanke was introduced to all of America in December 2022 when she was crowned Miss America in 2023. We are so fortunate to have our stage graced by such a staunch nuclear advocate. Please join me in welcoming her to the podium.
I feel like I don't need to answer the question of why did they book Miss America for this event today. So that's really, really exciting. I got to tell you guys that. But truly, I want to take the time to share my story with you guys of how I got into nuclear and why that is so important. I was a 15, 16-year-old teenage girl struggling to figure out what I wanted to do with the rest of my life because, you know, when you're that age, that decision of what you want to major in college is this existential dread on your shoulders, right? And it feels like the rest of your life depends on it. It doesn't. I've learned that since then. My dad was a civil engineer, and I grew up going to construction sites, watching bridges get demoed overnight, which, thinking about it now as a nuclear engineer, the fact that I enjoyed the demo side, a little bit of an alarming thing, but that's okay. I loved seeing things created and built for helping people live their daily lives, travel to different places, just do good. And because of that, I knew engineering was going to be my thing, my niche, right? But I didn't know what type. I wasn't sure. So traveling to all these different colleges with my mom, I was looking down this list it was actually Texas A&M. Mechanical, I was like, that just is like so typical. I'm like, I don't want to do mechanical. Electrical, and my brother went into electrical. I can't follow in my brother's footsteps. Civil, I watched my dad do that. They push dirt, you know, whatever, okay. Aerospace, okay, that sounds cool. Nuclear. Now, what a flex it would be to say I'm a nuclear engineer. Imagine that 50th class reunion, right? Like, I sat there, and that was what started it all. So I spoke with the department chair, and I'll be honest, I didn't take anything away from that conversation. I couldn't tell you anything more about nuclear engineering than prior to that moment. I went home, and I was talking to my dad, and I said, so Dad, listen, I'm thinking about either nuclear or aerospace engineering. What are your thoughts? And I'm assuming some of you in this room are parents. You know, dads put on their dad voices, parents put on their parent voices, and he goes, Grace, don't go into nuclear. There's no future there. How many of you have daughters? What does a daughter do when you tell her no? She goes and does it. So seriously, that's what started me in this field, was spite. It was purely spite. I chose nuclear engineering at the University of Wisconsin-Madison because my dad told me not to. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is I got into this field out of luck. We can't rely on luck to keep us going. We're talking about this Generation 4 reactor deployment all across the country and the world, which is going to do good. That's why I got into engineering, to do good. But we can't rely on luck. We can't rely on everything happening to people everywhere. Excuse me. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Can I be right back? Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm so sorry. No. Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
I think while we provide Miss America a moment, if it's okay with our next panel, we may begin with that. Okay. Thank you for the understanding. And I'm looking forward to the discussion with the panelists on the nuclear energy and net zero panel with our moderator, Farah Benhamid, and the panelists. Thank you so much for your flexibility, and I welcome you to the stage. Please join me in doing so.
Is this on? Hello? Okay, this is great. Whew, At first, I was going to say that was a tough act to follow, and it's still a tough act to follow because of I hope she's okay. But we'll look out for her, and everything's going to be great. But first, I'd like to say thank you to the Atlantic Council for organizing such a wonderful event. I learned so much yesterday. It was great to hear from the many voices, and I'm excited to hear from everyone else later this afternoon. I'm excited to welcome our panelists. First, we have Teija Torminen. I learned how to pronounce her name last night, so I'm very proud, everyone. She is chair of the Science Greens and International Coordinator at Replanet. We have Ellen Ginsberg, Senior Vice President and General Counsel at Nuclear Energy Institute. We have Joseph Hoagland, Vice President of Innovation and Research at Tennessee Valley Authority. And we have David Brown, Senior Vice President of Federal Government Affairs and Public Policy at Constellation Energy. So our panel today is on nuclear and net zero. We're here to discuss nuclear's role in the global energy transition. Without significant interventions, we may lose the opportunity to have a large fleet of traditional and new nuclear reactors that can provide 24/7 clean power to the grid and help lower the cost of decarbonization. We're going to discuss the importance of maintaining the existing fleet, the benefits of adding new nuclear to the grid, and address parallels between the US and European policy actions. So first, I'm going to ask each panelist to introduce themselves and share either how nuclear fits into your organization's net zero strategy, or how you think, or the advantages of how the advantages of nuclear playing a large role in the energy transition. Teija, let's start with you.
Hi, so I have to say I'm not the chair of the whole Science Greens. I'm a chair of a local chapter in Eastern Finland, but yeah. Hopefully I'll be the chair of the whole organization at some point.
This is foreshadowing.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been environmentalist all my life, and I was in the traditional NGO scene. But I've never been anti-nuclear because I thought it was a no-brainer. I mean, it's low carbon, it has the smallest environmental footprint, so I didn't really understand why the traditional environmental NGOs were against it. And it was the same thing with the Green Party in Finland. So the Green Party was against nuclear, so although I was very active in politics, I never joined the Green Party because they were opposing nuclear, and people are asking, well, you obviously care about the environment, why are you not with the Greens? And I said, because they're opposed nuclear. But luckily, we started a pro-nuclear environmental organization in Finland in 2015. I didn't join it at first, but then I was invited. I became the chair of the Finnish local pro-nuclear environmental organization. And we really transformed the nuclear discussion in Finland. And the Greens started to change their views as well. So there's the Science Greens are a kind of like a club within the Greens. And they started working from the inside of the party, saying that we need nuclear to meet our net zero goals, that we absolutely need it, like we've done the maths, like we cannot do this without them. So the Greens started to turn. At the same time, we had Greta Thunberg coming along. Fridays for Future was started in Finland. And we started to talking to this climate youth, and they became pro-nuclear. So it was like a snowball effect in Finland. And now we're in a situation where the Greens are pro-nuclear. The whole environmental movement in Finland is pretty much pro-nuclear. Even the Greenpeace doesn't oppose nuclear. In Finland, they stopped campaigning against it, and they say that they welcome Olkiluoto 3, and and they are actually open to SMRs. So I thought we must repeat this success in other countries as well. And there are a few other organizations across Europe that thought the same way. So we started an umbrella organization called Replanet last year. We started with 8 countries in Europe, but now we have gone global. We have an organization in Australia, in Kenya, Uganda. We're hoping to add 5-6 countries in the next year. And we believe both in Science Greens and at Replanet that we absolutely need nuclear. Our goal is to shrink the human environmental footprint to as small as possible, and we believe that nuclear is absolutely a vital part of it, and that's why we support nuclear. Hope that answered your question.
Sure. So I work with the Nuclear Energy Institute, and I've been doing this kind of work since 1984. So I've had both the pleasure and the frustration of seeing sort of the wave of nuclear. And what I would say is, if we're looking to transition to a clean and a reliable and affordable grid and electricity production, as well as other forms of power output, you can't do it without nuclear. So I think that when you look at nuclear, and Grace Stanke just said she does what she does because she feels good about it. I have to say I feel the same way. I see nuclear, I see electricity, I see power generation as a means of creating a standard of living that's important for everyone. We have it here in the United States, we need to maintain it, and it probably needs to be nuclear throughout the world, although, I think there's important questions about sovereignty and how other decision-making processes go. But with respect to transitioning, look, you need a reliable grid, you need a weather-resistant grid, you need power that can sustain what's coming with climate change. You need strong environmental features. Nuclear this year, with just the 92 reactors that we have operating, produced electricity that avoided 471 million metric tons of carbon emissions. That's the same thing as taking 100 million cars off the road. So you can see the magnitude of what nuclear provides. Nuclear has the opportunity to replace coal. If you look at coal sites, I see Alicia in the back. If you talk about what the government has said, the government is looking at the need of maybe 200 more gigawatts. But with respect to transitioning to coal, you're talking about 80% of what the Department of Energy looked at with respect to retiring and operating coal sites being good candidates for nuclear. Those jobs transition. 80% of those jobs are available for coal to nuclear. And when you think about transitioning, I want to make one other point, with many other points, but one other point that I'll highlight, which is that it has to be a just transition, and nuclear can provide for a just transition. You change the lives of people in the community when you provide them jobs, when you provide them affordable electricity. So all of these things, and I could take much more time, but I know I have two other colleagues here, all of these things contribute to why nuclear is attributes meeting needs. And so, if I had one point to make, it would be that nuclear can satisfy the criteria for a just and affordable, reliable transition. Joe?
Yeah, good morning.
Did I leave you anything?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what's left. So, no, I think all those points are great. When I look at what we're doing in the utility industry, and the group that I have at TVA, we're looking at how do you get through that transition. Most utilities have set some sort of pathway to a goal to be carbon-free by 2050 or sooner, right? And we all kind of think we can get there to 70%, 80%, but to get to 100%, it is very, very difficult in terms of the technologies that are available today. In TVA's case in particular, we have about 35 gigawatts of power generation. Of that, we're almost 60% carbon-free. And the majority of that carbon-free power comes from our nuclear plants and our hydro plants. So nuclear plays the bulk of the fact that we're already beyond 50% in our carbon-free. And not only that, that carbon-free generation coming from the nuclear is very affordable. We have some of the lowest rates in the country. It's very resilient, it's very reliable. It's all the things that we need to have for the future to make it through that transition. And that 35 gigawatts I mentioned is taking care of the power needs for today. But if you think about, not only are we trying to decarbonize the utility industry, right, we're trying to decarbonize the entire economy. And much of that decarbonization of the entire economy is going to rely on electrification, right? Which I'm not exactly sure how much more energy is going to be needed, but when you listen to different people talk, we've got to probably double that 35 gigawatts that we've got today by 2050 for TVA. For the country, think about doubling the entire size of the grid. And it's got to be carbon-free, it's got to be reliable, it's got to be resilient, and it's got to be cost-effective. So, as I mentioned, my team looks at all kinds of stuff. So we're looking at everything from carbon capture to hydrogen to things you can do on the demand side, and electric vehicles, all that. At the end of the day, the only technology right now that fits all that bill and is potentially deployable is nuclear. That's not to say there won't be some more cool things that come along. That's what I like to do, is find new cool things. But nuclear is going to be key. Whether that's what we do with our existing plants, whether that's what we do with SMRs and other new advanced nuclear technologies, or what we do with fusion, right? If fusion makes some breakthroughs in some of the technology. But nuclear has to play, I think, a key role to make decarbonization really work.
Yep. David Brown with Constellation Energy out of the Washington office. I think that what we're seeing at the utility level is not unlike what we're seeing at the national level, right? Which is that the climate math just doesn't work without nuclear. Right now, nuclear provides about 20% of our electricity in the United States, but it's roughly half of our carbon-free energy. For Constellation, we own 21 reactors. That puts us in a unique position. We are the largest generator of carbon-free energy in the U.S. We're also the lowest intensity large generator in the U.S. So on average, we're producing fewer than 100 pounds of carbon per megawatt hour of generation. And that's, I think the closest competitor is somewhere in the 400 pound range among large generators. So we're in a really unique position there. We've also got a goal to be 100% clean by 2040. And nuclear is going to be an indispensable part of that. So I think we look forward to leading the way in transitioning to a carbon-free economy, and nuclear is an essential part of that.
Thanks, David. David and Joe, both of you talked about the importance of the climate targets that you've made, and we've seen a slew of both utilities and tech companies make those climate targets, but we haven't seen enough near-term action. So would love to hear from you about what your organizations are doing in the near term, and especially you, Joe, and TVA's recent partnership.
Yeah, so happy to talk. I think, and I will talk about the SMRs because they're very important, but there is more than just the SMRs, right, going forward. So if we start with the existing fleet, right, that fleet has got to run well, and it's got to run for a lot longer than it has already currently ran, because we are retiring coal, which I think we mentioned, that we need the existing nuclear fleet to hold our base while we build all of this new. So everything from, can we uprate the existing plants by making improvements in how they operate and in the efficiency? They all need to have their licenses extended, and I think many of us are in the process working with the NRC to get those license extensions. And then just operations, making sure we continue to operate those plants in a very efficient and cost-effective manner. That's really important, and we can't forget that. As we begin to move forward, though, we then need to think about what technologies are deployable next. Everybody in here, I'm sure, is very familiar with Southern Company and the AP1000s and Vogtle, and I hear all kinds of fun stories when you talk to people about being over budget and over time. But here's the important part with that. Those are two brand new reactors built in this country with American supply chain that we have learned a heck of a lot from. We need to go build more of those, because if we don't, we're going to lose the lessons that we learned from Vogtle, and we're going to lose the supply chain that has been built up over that. So we need to continue the large-scale reactors. And now we got enough load growth, that probably makes sense. Then in our case, we're looking now at Generation 3 plus SMRs, right? So our relationship with OPG and with General Electric, I think is a great opportunity for us at our Clinch River site to be able to do one of the first SMRs that will be out there. But as our CEO likes to say, we can't just do one SMR, right? If that's all we do, it's kind of like a really cool science project, and then it's useless after that. It's kind of like the Vogels. You can't just build the two. You need to move on. and build more. And so we are committed to trying to figure out how to make that first of a kind work at the Clinch River site. And then on top of that is not only that, but then what are the reactors beyond that? What's the Gen 4 technologies? Because, you know, as somebody mentioned, this is 2040, 2050, 2060, right? So we got to be thinking about what those future technologies are and continuing to move them down the pipeline. And as I mentioned, somewhere fusion's in there, I think. I don't know when, but maybe fusion ends up showing up somewhere down the line. But we want those technologies to continue to develop. And then my last point, I guess, around that we're trying to focus on is, so then what does that mean for supply chain? What does that mean for workforce, right? Because you're going to need both of those deeply developed and ingrained to be successful at all of this. And so we're trying to work all of those angles at the same time and partnering with a lot of folks.
Yeah, and I'd say for us, I think we're trying to look around the corner and how do we use existing nuclear to decarbonize other sectors of the economy, right? I mean, we've made great progress over the last several decades in decarbonizing the power sector, and I think there's a path forward there that's fairly predictable. Although, as Joe said, getting that last 10% is going to require some new technology. But how do we use the existing generation to decarbonize the other sectors? So what we're looking at is really transforming our nuclear sites into clean energy centers that can create hydrogen for industrial uses, ammonia to decarbonize the ag sector, and sustainable aviation fuel to decarbonize the transportation sector. So I think there are kind of limitless possibilities there. We're going to need enormous volumes of hydrogen. DOE has predicted that we need 10 million metric tons a year of carbon-free hydrogen by 2030. And if you do the math, if you just rely on renewables to do that, it's going to require about 200 gigawatts of new renewables, which is roughly equivalent to everything that we've got in the ground right now. And so there are a lot of other calls on new renewable build. It's going to take nuclear to get that done, and we're working closely with the Treasury Department and others to kind of get the guidance right to implement the Inflation Reduction Act. That's going to be critical to meeting that goal as well.
That's great. And I'll come back to you later to talk through the policy wins from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act. But Ellen, Joe talked a little bit about the next generation of reactors, and I want to hear from you about your member companies and what states they're targeting and how they plan to engage them.
Sure, and you'll have to excuse me, but the list is so long I needed the paper to remind myself of how many states and what they're doing. And I wanted to follow up just a moment on the Vogtle discussion, because Vogtle had the benefit of having a very sort of receptive state, if you will. But there's something else going on. And Southern Company, I think, was very smart in the way they handled this, despite all the criticisms of the cost and time, and that they're playing the long game. What they're looking for is going to be a long-term asset that in the end is cost-effective over the term of the asset. You're talking about a 40-year initial license, 20-year license renewal, and then another second license renewal. So you're talking about 80 years of an asset that's going to be producing power. The other thing that's notable, someone said it on the panel, about the energy density. So when you look at Vogtle, you're talking about roughly 1,100 megawatts, but you're talking about powering 500,000 homes per unit. So 1 million homes when Vogtle 3 and 4 come online. That's very significant given the size of the footprint for purposes of just thinking about kind of transitioning to the next state. Let me go now to the question at hand, which is what states and who's receptive to nuclear. And the list is very, very long. So in years past, I joked about when I started, you couldn't get a state to look at nuclear. It was all about moratoria. And there were more moratoria being put into place. We've now had repeals in Connecticut, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Kentucky, Montana, and there's one proposed in Minnesota. I'd also say that in Illinois, there was a bill to get rid of, to repeal the moratorium, but the governor sort of turned on his heels for somewhat peculiar reasons. There are also a lot of states that are looking to enable projects. I see Chris Levesque here, so Wyoming is a good example for purposes of TerraPower. Alaska has made it very appealing for microreactors to come in. Many of you know that Eielson Air Force Base through the Department of Defense is going to site a microreactor. There's a big push there to make the Air Force Base essentially energy independent. There are a number of states that are looking at SMR studies. So Colorado, Kentucky, Minnesota, Michigan, Nebraska, Oklahoma, and Pennsylvania, just to name a few. Again, you can see why I need the list. And with respect to sort of specifics, I just listed kind of the moratorium and the SMR studies. There are also a lot of states that are looking at more favorable kinds of policies that also include nuclear. So in the past, when you had clean energy policies, they were really renewable energy policies, and nuclear was excluded. So now you've got Maryland, where there's a Climate Solutions Act. You've got Louisiana. North Carolina has effectively demanded that Duke include in its IRP 570 megawatts of new nuclear. Pennsylvania and Virginia have joined RGGI, which is a clean energy mechanism. And so what you're seeing is, even in Virginia, the governor has asked that Southern Virginia be made a nuclear hub. So there's a lot of push in the states. And in the past, I would have said the states were leading, but now with the IRA and the IIJA Act, you have more federal activity. And one other point, which wasn't asked, so I'm going to go off script here, and that is, we were talking about large reactors. I think one of the things that we need to think about is the international push and building internationally, because many of the utilities have said we'd like to see something built, and if the international sphere is going to build faster, we'll be second followers. That's not ideal, but we need to get the international side done as well. So just a number of somewhat random thoughts, somewhat answering your question.
No, that was great. And along similar lines, in talking about states, I want to turn to other European countries and Taya. You've made significant progress in Finland. Where else are we seeing progress in Europe, and in the areas where we're seeing a lot of anti-nuclear messaging, how can we start to shift that toward a more positive angle?
Yeah, so in Finland, we right now the nuclear is producing 55% of the electricity, and we are up to 97% of clean electricity already. So basically, our grid is carbon-free. The rest of it is wind and hydro mainly, solar for obvious reasons. We don't have sun for like 4 months in a year. So it's small, it's increasing, but it plays a really small part. But in Finland, there's still room in district heating, because right now in district heating we're using a lot of biomass. We're still using some fossil fuels. So I think the next step for Finland is start to build small reactors for district heating. And this is something that we could export as well, because there are some district heating networks across Europe, like in Poland and Denmark. When it comes to the rest of the Europe, I think we have kind of won the battle in the general public. So in most European countries, the general public does favor nuclear. But the politicians are not aware of this yet. So they still think that the general public is against nuclear, and our job at Replanet is to tell them that this is not true. Even amongst the green voters or environmentalists, the support is really high, like in Finland as well. So people are starting to understand that it's low carbon, and also because of the war, people are paying attention to energy security. And especially, this is a fun fact. So in Finland, we only have like 1 or 2% of people who are fully against nuclear. That's not a lot. But the women were kind of lagging behind men in support for nuclear. But now when the war in Ukraine started, we noticed that women started to support nuclear even more in Finland. So it seems that energy security is a really good argument for women to support nuclear, which I find a bit surprising, because I would think like environmental reasons might be very persuasive to women, but it seems that energy security is something. So we're seeing high support for nuclear across Europe. We just need to let the politicians know that this is the case. The Eastern Europe is mainly pro-nuclear. So like I said, there's projects going on in Romania, Poland, Estonia as well. And also the neighboring countries of Russia really understand the importance of energy security and that they must be able to produce their own energy. So the opposition is kind of in the Western European countries. But for example, in Denmark, they are having this huge nuclear discussion right now. So I'm thinking, and this is big because Denmark has usually allied with Germany and Austria in this kind of anti-nuclear club. But if they're now, starting to support nuclear, which I hope will happen in a few years, we now have Replanet Denmark as well working there. I think it's going to be just the German-speaking countries, and I'm happy to see that the nuclear countries that we already have are now actually fighting for nuclear in the European Union. So previously they would let Germany and others to kind of make the rules, and it was like, okay, we're really sorry that we're using nuclear, and very apologetic. And it's turning now, so France is really, with other nuclear countries, putting an effort to make sure that nuclear is in the table. But there's still, in the policies, nuclear is still being kind of excluded from funding and other kind of things. So that's something we really need to work on at Replanet.
Yeah, why don't you delve into some of the policies you'd like to see and some of the wins you've seen recently?
Well, we got the nuclear into the taxonomy, but it does have very strict rules. So it says, for example, that nuclear to be eligible for the classification, it must have plans for a final repository. Well, we know that only Finland has a final repository that's really ready, and most of the countries don't have any plans. So yeah, and we have the Green New Deal, and within that there's Repower EU. It has a lot of support for wind and other renewables. Nuclear is pretty much excluded. So what they're doing is, I know there's a project that they're trying to unify the regulation of nuclear between EU countries. So there's things like that going on, but we really need to push the EU to start giving some handouts to nuclear as well, because right now renewables are favored quite a bit, and so I think we're falling behind if we're
Still more
not
work
changing
to
that.
do.
Yeah.
David, this is a good transition into the policy progress that's been made here in the U.S. over the last few years. Can you delve into some of those policies and how they're affecting the nuclear industry?
Yeah, some dramatic action last year in Congress, the last couple of years actually. The bipartisan infrastructure law, as you all know, included a couple of provisions of specific interest. One was the Civil Nuclear Credit Program that was put in place to prevent the premature closure of units. That fund is going to support Diablo Canyon with their efforts to continue operating out in California, so very excited about that. The need for that program was kind of obviated later by the Inflation Reduction Act, but the other infrastructure piece that I'll mention is the hydrogen hubs. As you all know, it created an $8 billion fund at DOE to sponsor at least 4 hydrogen hubs. We think they're going to do more than that. At least one of those hubs has to be nuclear. And so we are expecting an announcement, hopefully by the end of the month, as to the hub awardees. I think they interviewed 10 or 12 different hubs here in the run-up to a finish. So we'll see how that plays out, but an exciting opportunity on that front. And then the Inflation Reduction Act was really just transformational. Just to give you a snapshot, I think we're a good poster child for the impact. Before the IRA passed, we were in a hiring freeze on the nuclear side. We had been in a hiring freeze for the previous 12 to 18 months because we had 4 units that were at risk of closing early, and we didn't want to be in a situation where we had to lay people off. We wanted to be able to redeploy them. And post-IRA, we hired 2,000 new employees. Basically 15% of our workforce is new post-IRA. We are going to be in a position to relicense all of our units if that policy support continues. We are going to be repowering and uprating some of our units. We've announced those investments, about $800 million. And we've announced a $900 million investment in hydrogen production in Illinois. In addition, it put us in a position to acquire part ownership of the South Texas project. So overall, we've made about $3.5 billion of investments post-IRA, and we wouldn't have done any of that without that bill. So we're in a great position there. Just as a reminder, it includes a Section 45U production tax credit for existing nuclear plants. It includes the Section 45V production tax credit for hydrogen, and the 45Y tax credit for new emissions-free generation. And interestingly, after 2025, all clean energy is going to be on a level playing field. So all the existing individual tax credits for wind, solar, nuclear, everything else are going to be combined into a single credit for carbon-free energy sources. And it'll really be revolutionary in terms of what it means for the nuclear industry.
And you talked about how important it is to build the nuclear energy workforce, and Ellen, you talked about this as well. What more can the federal government do to help aid along the nuclear workforce, especially since if we're going to be building so many more reactors, we're going to need to double, triple, quadruple the number of workers in this industry. So this is a general question to anybody.
Well, I'll start, but I'm not going to limit it to the workforce, because we heard yesterday from the financial panel sort of what more needs to be done. And in a word, we need to unlock private capital and leverage government support. And so if you think about how that would be done, you know, unlocking private capital, in part, it's education, because when we go to Wall Street, we still hear a lot of old speak, as it were. So we need to make sure that folks understand what nuclear is, what it can produce, and why it's a good investment. We've seen companies IPO, we've seen a lot of investments, and I think this is a train that's sort of out of the station, but it's going pretty slowly. So we need to amp that up to accelerate that. On the government side, we need to make sure that the very tax credits that David was talking about can be implemented. Yeah. That the means of unlocking government or leveraging government money is available. It's good on paper, but if there are too many strings or the strings are too restrictive, it's going to be a party to which no one comes, and that's not what anyone intended. So that's really important. I think Congress can do more as well. They can take more steps. They can give DOE in certain areas more authority. I think the LPO is working, the Loan Program Office is working very, very hard to make sure that the money that they have goes out to the industry to make sure that we can produce these newer reactors. But that having been said, there's still a long way to go. So the answer is not just workforce. My view is if you build it, they will come. There's a lot of money flowing, and David, you can talk about this, and you as well, Joe. The industry pays to have, we work with the unions, we work with local colleges, we work with community schools. So we're looking to create craft that is available for purposes of new plant development. But we have to build them to get a place for these people to work, for the education to be put to use. So that was a long way around the question. Maybe these gentlemen would like to answer as well.
Well, I think you made really great points. I mean, when I think about the real challenges, it's about money and workforce, right? I mean, it's not so much about the technology. On the workforce side, we are building programs. We're working across the industry, right, to build the trades needed to really amp this up. Now, the challenge at the moment, however, is we're doing this across the clean energy space.
Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is about to resume. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is about to resume. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is about to resume. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is about to resume. Please take your seats. Thank you.
I'll welcome you up if you want to sit here.
We're supposed to sit here. Okay.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, for our second panel of the day, building an order book for nuclear reactors. And it's my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Rich Powell, who's the Chief Executive Officer of ClearPath, and the panelists to join us on stage.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Well, let me first say an enormous thank you to our terrific friends at the Atlantic Council and the Global Energy Center. They are some of the most thoughtful conveners on a range of advanced energy technologies near and dear to our heart at ClearPath, and in particular on the nuclear front. They've just been an incredible voice in highlighting all of the opportunity in this space globally and the urgency of supportive policy, both in the US and around the world for it. So hugely appreciate Atlantic Council for having us and for convening us all here today for this fantastic event. This is an incredibly exciting topic, an incredibly exciting group of people to walk us through it. We're actually moving into a new phase of nuclear where we're not just thinking about paper reactors and potential deals down the road that models say will be necessary, but that no one has actually signed up for. We're actually talking about major order books of tens of billions of dollars and dozens and dozens of new reactors. And so it's a really exciting time to be having this conversation. So let me start by introducing our very august and distinguished panel. First, obviously, we have the Honorable Rita Barnwall, Senior Vice President for Energy Systems at Westinghouse. And then David Enzer, who's a Senior Advisor at Orlen Synthos Green Energy. And last but not least, Kim Lauritsen, Senior Vice President of Enterprise Strategy and Energy Markets at Ontario Power Generation. And so I'm probably going to go in the reverse order here down the road, and I'm going to start with Kim. Ontario is going first. In some sense globally on SMRs. Can you just give us a little bit of background of why OPG has made this decision and what your plans look like in this decade to start deploying this technology at scale?
Sure. Okay. In this decade, so I know that OPG's gotten a few shout outs at this conference earlier, which is great. We're excited to get the attention, although, with the attention also comes the need to execute, which we're ready to do.
No pressure. Lots of pressure.
Lots of pressure, but it's good pressure. There's a real buzz about the organization. But to put it into context, so, we do have plans for our SMR at Darlington. Many in the room might also be aware of our refurbishment project going on at Darlington, so we are halfway through that. The second unit that was being refurbished came back this summer, and the third one has now been taken out. So we're halfway through, and that's going really well. And we're ahead of schedule. The second unit came back 165 days early. And so that's really building a lot of confidence with the government, with our shareholder.
Has that ever happened with a major nuclear project, that it's been half a year early?
Well, I'd like to say pretty confident. I don't know. I don't have the stats, but I'd like to say very confidently that we're the first on that, as we will be on the SMRs. So that's building a lot of confidence. And the SMR, so the first SMR was announced some time ago, but this summer, to just the broader Ontario context, which I'm not sure everybody in the room will be aware of, the Independent Electricity System Operator released a Pathways to Decarbonization study end of last year, and then they had a follow-up process asking for consultation and a number of no-regret actions. It's not only nuclear focused, but coming out of that, they released another report in July called the Powering Ontario's Growth Report, and that identified a number of I don't know if they're still calling them no-regret actions, but things that we can do to prepare for a decarbonized grid and with the load growth that might come with that. And, decarbonized economy, really, and a decarbonized grid that will support that. And so out of that came the announcement to look into planning and early permitting work for the 3 additional SMRs. So we now have an order book, which is very exciting. With that, we can obviously spread some of the costs, some of the common infrastructure, so that helps bringing the cost down of those 4 units. It helps with the supply chain benefits, and it really helps that leading. An order book doesn't really help if you just start with one, and we're happy. We know that they're also coming out of that Powering Ontario's Growth. We know that our grid will need more, and so there's a need. And there's a need. They've also identified a need beyond those first 4 SMRs. So we will be working with Bruce Power and the ISO on a feasibility study to work through what nuclear deployment might look like in Ontario beyond those 4 SMRs. So a lot going on. That's kind of the context and roughly where we're at now.
Fantastic. Very helpful. So in addition to deploying domestically, you've entered into a global consortium. And
Yep.
So, David, maybe I'll turn next to you. How is it that a Polish energy developer comes to work with a state utility in Ontario and a public power enterprise in the U.S. to align at a design and develop an order book? And let me say in that context, for those of you that don't follow this space as closely, the announcement that OSGE made earlier this year at, I know the numbers they're so large that they move around a little bit, but a $40 billion effort to construct dozens of GE Hitachi reactors, I believe is the largest clean energy deal, full stop, announced on planet Earth this year, which is an extraordinary thing. So congratulations for pulling that together. But we'd love to hear both a little bit about your efforts specifically and about the consortium that y'all are building with OPG and TVA.
Sure. Let me back my way into it by saying that I first started traveling to Poland in the 1980s. I'm showing my age here. When I was ABC News correspondent covering Central Europe, watching Lech Wałęsa and Solidarity bring down communism. And when I first went to Poland, there was nothing on the shelves, nothing. It was a tragic situation economically. But in the last 30 years, approximately, if you count them cumulatively, Poland has had the fastest growing economy in Europe, and it is really an engine for growth. That growth has been heavily based on coal. Poland had 70% of its energy was produced by coal until a few years ago, and now it's 80% because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the end of the quantities they used to. And because of EU regulations, which quite rightly are saying you can't build any new coal plants, Poland has a big problem on its hands. And people like a customer like Michał Solovov, who founded Orlen Synthos Green Energy, the company for which I do some consulting work, advise, have a problem. He's got factories in 8 countries, 18 different businesses. He builds, he's the largest synthetic rubber producer in Europe. Ceramics, chemicals, all sorts of things are produced by Michał's companies using coal. And it cannot continue for very much longer. The plants that are there now are going to have to be replaced. And so someone like him is a natural new customer for nuclear power. And he looks around and tries, and he's a smart guy, he's an engineer. Where do I head in this? And he notices that Ontario Power is running a competition for who has the best design for a small modular reactor, which it occurs to him is the right size for replacing a lot of these coal plants. And guess who won that competition? General Electric Hitachi with its BWRX 300. So that model, it was decided by our company, as Ontario had previously decided, and as Tennessee Valley Authority has decided, is a good platform from which to build quite a lot of nuclear power generation in Poland. And as you say, it's a very ambitious plan. It goes well beyond Poland. There are potential customers that are talking to us from everywhere as far as north as Finland, as far south as Bulgaria.
So, Rita, I'm going to bring you into the conversation. You also are active in Poland.
Very much so.
Both at the AP1000 scale, and I think also in the conversations about the new SMR.
Right.
Let me actually start by saying this: you've been now quite successful in commercializing the AP1000, and congratulations on the beginning of the end of the journey with Vogtle
Thank
in
you.
the U.S.
Thank you.
I realized it was a journey, and it's an enormous accomplishment that was completed. Why also consider SMRs? Why also get into what's frankly becoming somewhat of a crowded space? So why also go after that? Why not stay with the gigawatt scale reactor that's now sort of successfully demonstrated?
Sure. So let me touch on Vogtle 3 and Vogtle 4 for a moment. So those that may not be familiar, Vogtle 3 is our AP1000 design that was just connected to the grid commercially just recently, and Vogtle 4 is very shortly behind it. Possibly connecting to the grid later this year or early next year. The benefit of having, we're now at nth of a kind, really. We've had 4 constructed in China, almost 2 here in the United States. But I want to give you an example of the benefit of nth of a kind. Fuel load for Vogtle 3 took 5 days. Fuel load for Vogtle 4, just the next iteration, took 2 days. So that type of step change, when you start to deploy nth of a kind, is an experience that Westinghouse is, I would say, uniquely positioned with. Our hot functional testing, the days required for Vogtle 4 have substantially decreased compared to Vogtle 3, compared to Sanmen 1 and 2 and Haiyang 1 and 2. Now to actually answer the question that you asked me. Why did we choose to enter the race?
Well, and especially given everything you just said, right? So, you've already had all these learnings for
Right.
the gigawatt scale. Why start again is a strong term, but why go to another design?
Sure. So the market is currently such that it needs, and many of us know this, an option that is not 1 gigawatt size and is not 5 megawatt size, both of which Westinghouse offers. 300 megawatts is where we landed because over the past couple of years, we've been talking to not only our existing customers, but even new to nuclear customers, the likes of, for example, Synthos and those types of industries, not only heavy industries, but then also the IT sector. They want reliable 24/7, all the benefits of nuclear. I'm not going to preach to the choir here, but And it made sense for us to deploy our AP300, which we launched in May, to target that market based on licensed and constructed technology. We also have a much longer lead time Gen 4 reactor, which is our lead-fast reactor, but that's, that really complements the entire portfolio. But to answer the AP300 and why, that's why.
Interesting you mentioned the data center market. For those of you that aren't aware, the roughly standard size for a new data center globally is 300 megawatts. So I think it's also somewhat unsurprisingly that the industry is aligning around that number. Kim, David, coming back to y'all, I'd love to hear a little bit more about how the consortium is functionally working, and how is it working together to harmonize and standardize designs, and how is it working on decreasing the financing risk, which has been so difficult in getting large scale nuclear deployments off and running. And y'all can answer that in whichever order you
Well, I mean, I can start. It's really about, I think, as David already said, like selecting. We went through a long process to select that technology, and then going first of a kind. We're very proud of, but it does come with its risks, and partnering to share the costs on that standardized design. It's cost sharing. It's sharing the experience. And it's trying to find efficiencies also from a regulatory licensing perspective. I mean, we just see an enormous amount of benefit, and doing that across, Canada, the U.S., and Central Europe, where the markets are kind of ripe for this development. It seems almost too simple putting it that way, but it seems crazy not to. So that's really what it is. It's about standardized design, helping with that deployment, helping build that order book. Reducing some of the costs for us and sharing that knowledge. David, I don't know if you want to.
Well, I think our Polish company really needed and is reinforced by this international consortium. Having Canadian and American partners is just indispensable. For example, the other day I was talking to OPG colleagues of yours, and I was saying, look, we'd love to get some Canadian nuclear experts to come to Poland and talk to Poles about nuclear. We'd also love to have some Canadians who live near power plants, and it would be good if they spoke Polish, come and tour around Poland and meet the local media and help us. Poland is the Pole show, no pun intended, that Poles are overwhelmingly pro-nuclear. Something 57–60% are pro-nuclear power plants, though there are none in the country at the moment, and only about 15–19% oppose them. So it's not, the door is open, but it needs to be pushed. And the fact that Canadians have lived happily and with nice warm houses in a cold climate on nuclear is important, and that you can help us to bring home the benefits to the Polish nation and to, frankly, the whole region. So having a partnership and having the U.S. government support is just indispensable, no question about it. We sometimes half-jokingly say the road to Warsaw goes through Washington.
So on the public opinion point, for folks who haven't seen it, I would encourage everyone to Google potential energy nuclear for their latest global polling on nuclear energy. And for those of you that haven't seen it, headline takeaway is 5-1 global support. So the myth that the global public is opposed or concerned about nuclear is at this point really quite a myth. There's a 15% very, very hardened group of people that don't like it and never will, but we shouldn't let ourselves be guided by what a 15% tiny minority think about the technology and deployment. Rita, I wonder, can you talk a little bit about your plans for building in Poland and maybe more broadly in Europe, especially given the tragic energy crisis that Europe continues to find itself in, and how obviously you've been commercializing the AP1000 there for a while. How is that also now translating into conversations about the SMR?
Sure. So we do have contracts for AP1000s in Poland, and that is the next major gigawatt project that we, Westinghouse, are involved with after Vogtle 4 is completed. I want to touch on Warsaw for a moment as well. I remember that, not only today but yesterday we talked a bit about workforce development, and part of what we are doing in Poland, but part of is workforce development, but it's also some of it's in conjunction with USG efforts, and I believe specifically DOE, to launch a nuclear training center in Warsaw, and I believe that was is that recently announced, and so we definitely support that, but also Westinghouse has continuously believed on using local talent and local supply chain for those builds, and so for the past 2 summers even, we've had interns come to our headquarters in Cranberry, Pennsylvania in the US, to do their summer internships with us. And we've had Polish students, as well as this summer I think we had a few from Czech Republic, as well as from Ukraine. And so with the intent that they go back to their countries and start to work on projects that are native to their countries. I've worked with a lot of students during my 25+ year career. These are some of the brightest folks that I have encountered. And so it is no surprise that the hiring managers have offered them positions at the end of the summer before they're even done with their college degrees. Of course, it's all contingent on that, but that's how sharp these students are. And so, it's part of our workforce development as well, that they go back home and they help us with these major projects, not only for the construction piece of it, but then also certainly for the operations. And then, again, I promise I will answer your questions. The SMR piece.
Questions are boring. We should just...
The countries that we are talking to about AP1000 are also now interested in AP300, not at the expense of the AP1000 conversation, by the way. There is so much demand for new nuclear that I think there's space for every type of offering that's out there. But it's AP1000, AP300, and Eastern Europe, I would say, is going to be a major driver for deployment. The need is there. Clearly, the stigma's not there, right? We've talked about that already. Energy security has been brought to the forefront over the past 1.5 to 2 years. And so it is that driver, along with why we are all here this week, climate change, the clean energy that nuclear provides, that is, I think, opening up the aperture for countries and communities, frankly, to start considering AP300 and SMR technology to complement the larger gigawatt scale technology.
Let me go back just a moment and double click on this workforce and labor question. And I would actually love everyone to weigh in on this. As excited as I am about the vast order book across all of these geographies, I recognize that even in the U.S. with the reactors we built in the Southeast, labor was a significant problem, and it not just at the very advanced technical talent scale of that, the nuclear engineers and whatnot, but literally the welders and the pipe fitters, right, were scarce and difficult. Perhaps less a problem in Poland, where folks are still building big industrial facilities, unlike the U.S. Problem in Canada and Ontario. I'm curious, how are you all thinking about, especially if you're all attempting to build these simultaneously in the 30s, and this technical workforce will be in demand globally? Will we literally have the skilled labor? Will we have the human beings that can build an order book like this globally? Small question.
Well, I can tell you from my perspective. My portfolio, which includes enterprise strategy, I'd say I spend most of my time right now on this question. It's will we have the labor internally what we need? Will our supply chain have the right skill sets and resources available? And then there's obviously the financing question as well. But all of those enabling pieces to the strategy is where we spend most of our time getting ourselves comfortable that we'll be able to deliver, getting our board comfortable, our shareholder comfortable. So we spend a lot of time, and really at the moment, it's that long-term planning. So really mapping out down to each and every skill trade and what we'll need. And we're doing it now. You know, we'll have the SMRs. We will have one thing I didn't mention at the start, but we've been asked to prepare, and we've submitted to our shareholder a feasibility study on the refurbishment of our Pickering plant. So we will have that coming in the pipeline as well. That's helpful, not just from the SMR order book, but just, you know, knowing our plans and kind of staggering them. So being able to use that same workforce, but also changing the way that we approach our relationships with our vendors to be even longer term, to make sure that we're all aware of who's doing what, and then pulling in other proponents. You know, Bruce Power is the obvious one, but it's not just nuclear build, it's not even just energy, it's, you know, metro links where we have trains, you know, building trains. It's everybody who might be competing for the same labor, really trying to work on those relationships and that long-term planning. Because if we don't get the execution right, then, you know, that order book will fall away pretty quickly. So it's a huge, huge focus area for us, but we're confident with that forward planning that we will absolutely get what we need.
David?
There are a lot of engineers in Poland. There aren't very many nuclear engineers. So we're really delighted that this training center, which will be very useful to Westinghouse, will also be useful for General Electric Hitachi and for us, is being started. There's going to be a lot of work building the workforce. I would just mention that Ukraine has nuclear power, and there are people there who can help in Poland.
How soon do you think we'll be building new nuclear in Ukraine? McKen? There's a lot to that question. There's a lot to that question.
There's a lot.
Yeah. Let's say. Let me ask it a different way.
Yeah.
Let's say there was an end to hostilities, next year. Obviously there are some announcements about very ambitious plans to go quickly on new nuclear shortly thereafter. Do we think that's actually possible, feasible, and what does that mean for labor availability in Europe?
I'll take that, but then I'm going to get on a soapbox too, and I don't think she's still here.
Yeah.
But so Westinghouse has MOUs and agreements with Inaugural Atom for AP1000, and most recently we've signed an MOU for AP300. Even more notably, and again, I promise I'm going to answer the question, but even more notably, on September 10th of this year, we delivered, very proudly, I would say, but we delivered VVER 440 fuel to the Rivne plants in Ukraine, and that was done in record time from when the order was placed. So for those of us that think we are a slow and stodgy industry, I point to that example when there is a need to deliver something quickly in a crisis. This industry can do it. We just need to get our act together. And so I'm so proud of myself for not, okay. Yeah. Anyway, so we can.
Discipline.
Yeah.
We're on camera.
Exactly. So we can do it when the need is there. I do think that, as you said, when the hostilities end, I think Ukraine is absolutely ready for more nuclear, new nuclear, and again, that we were able to actually get some college students over for internships is just very optimistic to me.
I'm going to ask one last question that's near and dear to our hearts at ClearPath, and then I think, are we opening it up to okay? Okay. Well, I think we will. I think we will open it up. But one last question for me. In Poland, to take a step back, no major energy project is built, certainly not anywhere in the developing world or Eastern Europe at this point, without someone's sovereign credit backing, right? And so I've been delighted to see the U.S. Exim Bank and U.S. Development Finance Corporation starting to make commitments to a number of these nuclear projects in Eastern Europe, and obviously Exim played a significant role in components of the build in Baraka in the UAE. What do you all see as, this is probably primarily a question for David and for Rita, what do you all see as next for U.S. Public finance involvement, or public sovereign debt and sort of credit involvement in the projects that you all are building around the world.
So let me jump on that, because the soapbox was that when Rita Jo was here, I think we need to start looking at things a little bit in more gray space and not just black and white, to be able to provide assistance to Ukraine at especially this time when it's not black and white and it is not a very clean situation, is what we should be doing. That's what the U.S. should be doing. We should be leaning forward and leading by example. And yes, I understand there's lots of dollars and there is some risk involved. But I wish there was a little bit more leaning forward from those organizations. I'll stop there.
These are expensive propositions, and ours is a very ambitious plan. But the Synthos companies are pretty well funded, and the partner we have is PKN Orlen, which is the largest refiner in Central Europe, largest energy company in Central Europe. They have money, land, a lot of things that are needed. So yes, we need public finance, and which should be in the interest of a lot of potential investors to want to be involved in this, because there should be profits involved downstream with patience. But we're not desperate for money. We're going to do this. It's happening.
Questions from the room?
Please speak louder. And I work with Thorcon Power, which is one of the nuclear startups that has chosen shipyard manufacturing for modularity. I'm curious, the design, and especially is maybe a question most for Rita, but also maybe anyone sort of looking at the 300 megawatt scale, small modular reactors. Where does the modularity come in for those that are, land-based manufacturing, scaled down versions of the custom construction, on-site construction plants? How confident are you that you can scale to the world? Like I'm a climate analyst. I'm like, we need, not a tripling of nuclear. We need more than that in the next 15 years if we're going to actually stay anywhere towards our climate targets. Like, how are we going to add dozens, hundreds of gigawatts per year when the current suppliers are doing a great job adding a few gigawatts per year, maybe in a very reasonable way? How does it scale?
So can modularity get you to 100 gigawatts a year of new reactors delivered?
I mean, it's going to take a lot of us, right? It's going to take a lot of us. And to answer your question specifically, what's modular about the AP300, it's a lot of the engineering rooms and things like that. But it depends. We have to listen to who the off-taker is, who the end user is. And I learned this, I would say, kind of in an embarrassing way. I was presenting at a conference in Nairobi, and I was talking about SMRs, and an engineer stood up and she said, "Do you think I can't afford an AP1000? Why aren't you talking about that?" And I thought, hang on, okay, it was absolutely a life lesson for me. And so I talk about the breadth of reactors, and now specifically at Westinghouse, 5 megawatts to a gigawatt. Whatever the off-taker wants is what we can deliver. And so it's a matter of also listening to the client, the customer, the end user, and not just saying, well, yes, we have hundreds of gigawatts of need, and therefore I'm going to force fit 50 AP1000. That's not going to work either. So given the decades of experience that Westinghouse has interacting and supporting our customers, we have learned, and my colleague likes to say we have a lot of scars, but we have learned along the way of making sure that we're delivering what our customer needs.
Like Westinghouse, General Electric Hitachi is a pretty experienced nuclear company. You asked how are we going to get to those kinds of numbers? Only through modularity. That's the only way. Reproducing the pieces of what's needed to put nuclear power into a place many, many times over. I mean, that's how the Model T became the popular car in America and led to a sort of industrial revolution in transport in the United States. It's the same thing is going to have to be done in nuclear power. Nuclear power has a history of being too slow and too expensive. Cost overruns and time overruns. And the GE model is designed to avoid those two pitfalls, if at all possible. It's going to be reliant on a global supply chain. There will be a lot of Polish involvement, I'm sure, in the GE models. We have GE representatives here, and they know better than I do, but I'm trying to speak for you. There'll be a lot of Polish involvement, but there'll be US, Canadian, Japanese, all sorts of different engineering help will come into the thing. And only with the modularity can we get to the kinds of numbers that we need to get to. But we think that it's the way forward. The other thing is, why SMRs? Because there's dozens and dozens of places in Poland and in other countries where that's the only size that will fit. Many of the coal-fired plants in Poland are just about 300 megawatts. And there's brown fields right next to them that you can put an SMR in, and as the coal has to go out, you can bring the SMR in. But you can't bring an AP1000 into Krakow. It's not going to happen. You can put it up by on the Baltics with lots of ocean water handy nearby, but an SMR doesn't need as much cooling, and it's smaller, and it's safer, and it's cheaper. And it's just a more viable size for a lot of European situations, and frankly, American situations.
Can I double click on this with you? You know, you mentioned from the Darlington experience that this may be putting words in your mouth, but that replicability in some sense is also very, I think we often talk about replicability and modularity as though they're the same thing. They might be slightly different things. And I guess I'm curious if you really have gotten to, half a year early on, just on the second refurbishment, what do you think you're learning on the replicability front that would be applicable to building this out?
Well, I think it's a combination. The modularity, the replicability, I think, you already spoke about the 5 to 2 days on fuel. It's that, and we're not looking just at SMRs. So as part of this feasibility study of future potential deployment of nuclear in Ontario, we will be looking at what does that look like? What sites would be suitable for both the demand, where's the transmission, et cetera, where's the load, large versus SMRs. But part of that decision is on that replicability. It's that learning that you take. We've seen it in our own refurbishments. We've seen it with Bruce and the kind of collaboration that we have there. And you do the same thing. You pull it right through, be it SMR modularization, but also the learnings, and then you take that right through to future build from there. So I think it's a bit of both. It's not just on the supply chain modularization side of things. Anywhere that we can really save time in this process, if you look at when that demand is coming in, and we're really working back now. We're kind of saying, when do we think the demand will materialize? And there are scenarios, that's anybody's guess, but if it shows up, what we don't want is for the electricity sector, which in Ontario is already very clean, we don't want to be the bottleneck for decarbonizing the rest of the economy, economic growth. So it's being prepared for that, and anywhere you can shave off time and be ready to come in faster and cheaper, then we're better off, we're more competitive, and we can hopefully help share that with the rest of the world.
Other questions?
Hello. Thanks for speaking on the panel today, guys. I have one question.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, hi. I'm Natalie Hotalan. I'm with ClearPath.
I was obligated.
Like Rich. Thanks, Rich. I always forget that part. I get nervous. So I wanted to ask, as companies working to export an American technology, how has it been working within the current systems on how we do that, and is there anything you think could be improved?
That's an hour-long conversation.
The two-minute version.
2-minute version. So I think Westinghouse is quite experienced in exporting our technology, working with USG, both the DOE, State Department, Commerce, has been working well. I think all of us would probably say, for our native governments, that it could be faster. Part of that is our own fault, that we need to, come with clean asks as well for the government and say, this is what I need and this is when I need it. So we could do a better job of that. But moving faster, moving more collectively together. I'm seeing really good stuff come out, though, from the USG side. The one-stop shop that was recently announced by State Department is a really good example. And it's serving a need, because in some of the prior roles that I've had, I've heard from different countries that they want to work with US companies. They just don't know how to navigate the system. And I don't know what they're talking about, because it's a pretty straightforward system. I'm just kidding. It's a very complex system, and so it's understandable that they don't know how to navigate. So for the State Department and the other agencies to stand up this one-stop shop, I think, is a really, really good example of us listening, and now we collectively need to ensure that we execute.
There's a trade delegation heading to Warsaw, is it today, tomorrow? Headed by Katie Huff, your successor, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Energy. And I think that's a good example of the kind of terrific work that we're seeing done by the Department of Energy, by the US government, by Ambassador Brzezinski and others in support of American industry in Poland and in Central Europe. They're doing great work. We really appreciate it. Of course we want more. Of course we want more. But we very, very much appreciate, speaking for the Polish company, speaking also, I guess I can say, for GE Hitachi, we really appreciate the hard work that's being done on our behalf by the US government. We hope it continues. We'd like to intensify it, sure. And frankly, there's, looking forward, there's a couple of things that we want to see, we hope to see. We need America's help to help Poland develop a regulatory system. They don't have nuclear power right now. This is something in Westinghouse's interest, in General Electric's, in ours. The Polish government needs help from its friends in places like America and Canada, to develop a serious, effective regulatory system that allows us to build the things that they need for the economy. But that's a very complicated process, and we really are going to need American expertise and advice for the Polish government. We can't get in the way of that, but we want to encourage it in every possible way. So, and we're going to have to, we, the companies that are fierce competitors, capitalists, are going to have to work together on this in the coming months.
For the greater good. Yeah.
We probably have time for one more question.
Hi, I'm Phil Chafee with Nuclear Intelligence Weekly. A question for Dr. Baranwal. Are you concerned at all about competing now with Korea, that is unrestrained by this lawsuit that was thrown out yesterday, given that these are state-owned companies which have the very successful Baraka project to point at? How does that change the sort of their unrestrainedness now, change the competition in your head?
So I'm not going to comment on that part, but what I will answer, see, I set this example early, that I'm not answering certain questions, so I'm not going to answer that question, but there is so much market out there. Every single one of us, in terms of competition in this room, could succeed, and we still wouldn't fill the market. And so I'm generally not worried. I'm not going to answer to your specific question, because I won't be allowed out in public probably. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't have the answer. Honestly, I don't have the answer for that specific question. But the market is huge. And so if I could, I know we're almost out of time, but if I could close with, we need to work together. And I don't think Clay is here, but Clay Sell has been known to say, we all need to get through the desert together, and then we can duke it out at the oasis. And so we need to get through this desert at the moment together. And we're doing that, and yes, in terms of helping regulatory authorities that need assistance and haven't done it before, it is in our best interest to make sure that everybody is successful, because one tiny little screw up, and I don't mean a catastrophe, I mean a tiny little screw up, is going to be kind of, could be the end of this industry. So it is imperative for all of us to work together as best we can.
Again, no pressure.
No pressure.
David, closing thoughts?
I'm really bullish on nuclear power. I particularly think that Central Europe is going to be an area of growth and innovation for nuclear power. It might even be larger than we're even really thinking about right now. The scale of the change that needs to occur in Europe is just amazing. And it may be that even though we're talking about American technology, Westinghouse, General Electric, Hitachi, and so forth, it may be that the growth and the innovation may occur in Europe. A lot of it's going to be learned as these deployments occur. Adjustments will be made. And if the modular system works the way everyone hopes and thinks it will, it really may be an engine that also leads to the export of SMRs to the global south, to other places. So I think not only at stake what happens in this conversation about Central Europe, about Poland, but the whole world.
Kim, final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Yeah, so we've spoken a lot about collaboration and how important it is. The agreement that we also have another collaboration agreement on our SMR for the construction with a consortium to make sure, an integrated model to make sure that construction is a success. But the other piece that's very important, certainly in Canada, and I imagine in other places, is our collaboration, our support from our local communities, but also our collaboration with Indigenous communities. And so that's a big one for us, just from a timing perspective, lining everything up. We can't underestimate the amount of engagement that we need to have with those communities to make sure that we listen to them, learn from their traditional knowledge, and work that into our plans going forward, because that's new for nuclear. We've done that as OPG. We have a number of Indigenous partnerships on our hydro developments, but nuclear is new. And so that's, from a collaboration perspective, very important for us. We have a reconciliation action plan that sets out a number of targets for investment and economic benefit flowing back to those communities, but really building that relationship and that skill set as well. Can we get broaden our nuclear supply chain? So that's a really important one that also I just wanted to mention, because I haven't heard it come up much in the last couple of days, but that's pretty key for us.
Well, enormous thanks to all of you. Incredibly inspiring progress from all of you on developing this, and I leave this conversation even more confident about the future of deploying this technology around the world as a way to, save the world. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Rich, for moderating, and to our panelists for joining. I think all of you walked us and talked us through this robust order book and how we can start taking those step changes forward to opening the door that David mentioned together. So thank you so much for joining. And we will have a brief intermission for lunch. And then for those of you in person and online, please tune back in for 1 p.m. for the next Fireside Chat. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you so much. No, it isn't.
Hello. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our in-person audience and to anyone viewing online. I'm so happy to introduce our guests for our fireside chat, which is about addressing global decarbonization with nuclear energy. And it's my privilege to welcome up to the stage Chris Kiefer, who is the president for Canadians for Nuclear Energy, and Staffan Fist, who is of Fist Consulting Limited. All right, well, I'm happy that you sat next to me, Chris, because I was hoping to open with a question with your views from north of the border as our neighbor.
Yeah.
We don't have Staffan between us at the moment, but can you talk a little bit about the role of nuclear energy in Canada and how you see it playing forward to decarbonizing the power sector?
Sure, yeah. So nuclear is 15% of Canada's total generation, but 60% of Ontario's. And we've sort of played this dynamic dance with coal. We ultimately phased it out, going from 25% coal to 0 in just 9 years. It's illegal to burn coal. I think you can do charcoal in your barbecue. But for power generation, that was fully wiped out. But the story's a bit more complicated. Obviously, we had Niagara Falls, and we started, with a lot of hydroelectricity, but we're a population-dense province, a lot of manufacturing. We quickly outstripped that potential, and we built big coal plants. America's always saying you're number one. We had the largest coal plant in North America at Nanticoke, 4 gigawatts. But ultimately, it was an energy security play. We didn't have our own coal. We were importing it from south of the border. And that led us, in combination with having Chalk River, which was basically the second most developed nuclear research facility after the Manhattan Project up in Canada. We started developing this ingenious, nascent CANDU technology, which I'm happy to I shill for free for CANDU technology. And that really started to meet our needs. So when the OPEC crisis hit, the cost of coal doubled in North America, and we were ready with this tech and deployed aggressively. 22 large nuclear reactors deployed in just 22 years. So we have this amazing precedent. And I'm very excited about Ontario. There's not a lot of frankly, jurisdictions in the West that have credibility at delivering nuclear. And while we're not building new nuclear, the quirk of the CANDU reactor is that it has this fully modular core that can be swapped out every 30 to 40 years, possibly multiple times. And that's meant that rather than having this big building spree and doing nothing for the next 20, 30 years, we've been doing these refurbishments, which are massive nuclear mega projects. As we heard in the last panel, they're going exceptionally well. I mean, no one can get a bridge built, an airport built, let alone a nuclear project. So I'm very bullish and proud of what Ontario has to offer, and that history, I think, gives us a good blueprint for the future in terms of our decarbonization.
Before I pivot across the Atlantic, too, I just want to emphasize and give you a chance to sort of touch on your personal story. We heard some of those yesterday from the Next Generation panel, but I should have introduced you as Dr. Kiefer, correct? So can you talk a little bit about that, transition into why you're propelled towards?
So people really emphasize the doctor with me, and I know I'm surrounded by so many incredibly intelligent PhDs. There's many doctors probably in this room, but I'm a medical doctor. I practice emergency medicine. And my son was born almost 5 years ago, and that started, having me think seriously about climate change as your time horizons expand when you have your first kid. And frankly, I didn't have to look far for inspiration. Again, with coming from nuclear-powered Ontario, and I practice emergency medicine, and triage is our sort of unifying theory and practice. And so identifying, what are the biggest challenges that humanity faces, and how to effectively deploy the limited resources we have to get the greatest benefit. And show off the other report here. One of our big campaigns was leading the hopeless struggle for the refurbishment of Pickering. Happy to say that effort will displace 7 million tons of CO2 every year, or 7 million transatlantic flights. So I feel less bad about jetting all over the world to preach the gospel of nuclear.
I can tell you're a seasoned podcaster, but intentionally or not, you just queued me up to transition over to Staffan with transatlantic. So let's shift across to get your perspective from Europe. I'm not sure you were here earlier when Taya talked about the weather in Finland. She was talking about the many months that they are without sun. But first pressing question, I hope the weather's better in Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, now it's lovely now, but yeah, we do have the same kind of seasonal issue where actual seasonal depression is a thing, because, you know, northern half of Sweden and Finland, you literally do not see the sun for 5 to 6 months. Yeah, so it's quite extreme. Yeah.
But it seems like the outlook for nuclear is certainly more sunny. My understanding is
yes, the weather is getting better and better there. Yes,
it's
yes,
40. It contributes to about 40% of.
Yes,
generation.
Maybe a little bit less than that now, but yeah, the history of the Swedish experience is quite similar to Canada. We had, unfortunately, I don't have a Swedish BWR revival pamphlet to hand out, but Sweden also embarked on a domestic nuclear program, designed our own reactors, built them. And for the extent of my lifespan, Sweden has actually had a power system that's been zero emissions, based on a basis of our large hydroelectric power plants and then nuclear on top of that. That has been the basis. So when I started to get out in this discussion and people were starting to say, you know, how could we possibly decarbonize a power system to 2050? It's such a struggle. You know, ever since I was born in the 80s, the Swedish system has already been. So I was thinking, maybe we should, you know, see if we can learn something from that experience. What did we actually do? You know, maybe that's replicable in some way, and that's kind of led me into talking, well, here and in other places about this. Yeah.
To tie that into also your personal story, I know you were at UC Berkeley as an engineer. Do you feel like leaving kind of Sweden and maybe taking away any lessons learned from that?
Yeah, so I'm not the useful kind of doctor like Chris. I'm the less useful type. Yeah, so once upon a time I was a reactor physicist. That's what my PhD is in. Yeah, no, at that time it was quite an obvious transition, because when I was doing it, you know, Sweden had for a long time been complacent about power. You know, we've had this wonderful system that I was talking about. We're standing on top of that, and no one really felt like we needed to do anything at that point. And at that point, if you wanted to say that maybe nuclear has, you know, the debate has shifted very dramatically past 5 years or so, but at that point, if you said nuclear has a role to play in the future, you were on the defensive. People were saying, why? Why would you need that? What, you know? And you were the ones who had to defend that position as if that was some extreme position to have. Today, it's the absolute opposite. So the entire discussion in Europe, I know Sweden very well, but most of Europe has shifted completely, which is the extreme position, which I would say has always been the actually extreme position of saying nuclear has no role to play. That is now the position that needs to be defended and explained in some way. You know, now if you say nuclear has no role to play, then you have to motivate that by saying, you know, you get the questions, you bombarded with the questions from the likes of Chris, but many others on the internet saying why? What basis do you have to say this? What historical, empirical evidence, modeling data, whatever do you have? So that entire discussion has shifted 180 degrees, I would say, in the last 5 years or so in Europe.
Do you also agree with that analysis that the conversation has really pivoted? I mean, we were talking over the weekend about how many years you've been doing your podcast to decouple, which is what, plus 200 episodes.
We've always been perfectly clear on decouple.
Yes, of course. You didn't change your tune.
I don't have a big conversion story, no, but definitely, I guess after COP26 in Glasgow, we had a bit of a viral video moment where I challenged the Minister of Climate Change and the environment. He was a former Greenpeace activist. Basically, he was present at every kind of anti-nuclear protest imaginable. And I challenged him on, you know, the IPCC's own modeling, you know, and the 4 representative pathways to, you know, meet the Paris commitments, call for a 100 to 500% increase in nuclear. You know, and would his anti-nuclear priors, you know, blind him to that or be an impediment? And that led to quite a bit of media coverage. And what was astounding is, you know, typically media is all about getting the balance right, you know, and we remember that, I think, from the early climate change debate in the early 2000s, where you had to have a denier on with a climate scientist. And we're seeing that shift in nuclear as well, where there's not a need to sort of balance the story by getting a Greenpeacer on there. And I think that's, you know, a very clear marker of the way that the discourse has changed. And that environment and climate change minister I think in order to keep his cabinet position, has gotten the message. And as recently as about a month ago, when Quebec was looking at restarting a nuclear reactor, he said, I'd have no problem with it. So we've seen just a massive turnaround on not only in the media and the public discourse and popular opinion in Ontario. 70% of people support the expansion of nuclear energy. I know we were talking about some other stats earlier, but I think we're number one there as well. So, you know, big change, big turnaround in public perception, media, government.
I think we'll come back to that piece about building constituencies to build and to foster the order book. But before I pivot back to Stefan, I'd love to get your thoughts on what policies in Canada have enabled nuclear the reactor fleets to reach their potential. You've said 22 reactors in 22 years, so. Absolutely, yeah, and I mean these are what a friend of mine calls clean energy cathedrals. They're worthy of a lot of respect, and as Stefan was saying, that sort of fell by the wayside. We became complacent. But yeah, I mean, these refurbishments, as I was mentioning, they're kind of a quirk of the CANDO, but they've kept the industry very active. Project delivery is the largest challenge I think that we face, and credible project delivery. And in terms of the role that we've played as advocates, again, with this Save Pickering campaign, 3 years ago, people said we were insane. This was kicking a dead horse to pieces. But we decided, and much like the nuclear New York people, who fought so valiantly for Indian Point, tying your pro-nuclear arguments into an existing piece of infrastructure that provides 7,600 jobs, that offsets 7 million tons of CO2, that's part of this really dynamic supply chain, which underpins a lot of the economic prosperity in Ontario. Having tied it into this vital piece of infrastructure really started to change the discourse. And I often quote Milton Friedman. I'm not the hugest fan of him as an economic theorist, but he had a great statement which I think really describes the role that we have as advocates. And he said, only a crisis, actual or perceived, results in real change. And when that crisis strikes, the actions that will be taken depend on the ideas lying around. Our job is to develop alternatives to existing policy so that when that crisis strikes, the politically impossible becomes the politically inevitable. And this is just a huge turnaround with Pickering and with this really vital asset. All is not hunky-dory in Ontario. I mean, we're reindustrializing, which is awesome. The province is growing, which is awesome. But we are sort of at the limits of our power generation, and taking 15% of it offline is going to be a big impact. So again, I'm really hoping that the refurbishment expertise we developed can carry through to Pickering and we can get this plant back online ASAP. Well, that's fantastic. And is there anything you'd like to comment on in a similar vein to what policies, and it can be, I think, Chris aptly touched on how those constituencies also drive forward the policy. It's not, but what's your view from the other side of the Atlantic in terms of either from your technical expertise as an engineer
I would say we
more
are
broadly?
thrilled at what Canada is doing now, because it's to have other examples to point to is very critical. It's very difficult to be a first mover in a sense, and it's very easy to point to other, established, respected, sensible countries and say, this is not an outlier to try to do this. Canada's providing leadership for the world, not just for Canada in that sense. So thank you, Canada, for doing that. I would say on the public perception side, I've noticed a very interesting thing, which is you have all these opinion polls now saying, it's overwhelming majority for nuclear. But if you poll any room, including probably this room, maybe this room is too well informed, but most rooms, and you ask them not, do you like nuclear or not, but do you think the other people in the room like nuclear or not, you would have a very much more negative answer. So most people will think other people don't, want to see a role for nuclear, but themselves do. So if you would poll the same question, like, do you like nuclear? Maybe you get 70, 80% yes. What do you think, what percentage do you think likes nuclear? Maybe you get 30%. And there's a public perception issue there that needs to be, much more widely spread, because this has political implications, as I think Tia was mentioning as well. If the decision makers don't understand well enough what the opinion polling actually is showing, then the opinion polls don't have the actual effect that they could have. It doesn't reach the, So that's something that's still not there, I think.
Yeah, and then to go back to the CANDO reactors, and can you talk a little bit about if there were policies that enabled the success that we're seeing with the refurbishments?
Well, I really do want to focus a bit on the advocacy element of that plays into that picture, and that's the main role that I've had, and there's a number of other great sort of advocates in the room, and the whole phenomenon of nuclear advocacy is rather new and a bit bizarre. Polling and helping people understand, helping your neighbors understand, that you support nuclear, I think is very important. But I think a big part of our success has been actually mobilizing a base, that's actually an electoral base that has power. And, in the initial journey as a nuclear advocate, you end up just having, verbal kung fu with Greenpeacers. It's good, it hones your skills, you develop the arguments, you're challenged on all of your assumptions. But once you step out of that dojo and into the real world, the question is, who is your constituency? Who can actually carry this forward in order to affect political change? Because ultimately, politics is all about keeping your seats. And so what our theory of change was very much to mobilize the 76,000 people that work directly in nuclear, and then the tens of thousands who work within the building trades that are involved in refurbishments, because they understand the technology, the benefits of it, the community building elements of it. And so, our campaigns have involved, petition. It's a House of Commons mechanism. It's a sort of a British Commonwealth thing, but you get sufficient signatures, and it's read on the floor of the House and mandates a government response. So we're able to be a bit of a prickly thorn with the federal government, force them to give us responses, but I think more importantly, get about 15% of that workforce involved in terms of the numbers we're getting signing our petitions. So I think there's a real sort of pragmatics to the politics of not just changing public opinion, but of changing political opinion. And it feeds into a broader discourse around kind of the rise of center-right populism and the courting of skilled labor for that, which again we're talking a lot about the demographic challenges of within the skilled trades. This is becoming a politically really important bloc that's very influential on the political process. So, that's been our sort of strategic move, and I think it's really borne fruit in terms of, flipping a federal government as has happened in the last year.
And that is referencing the Canadians for Nuclear Energy effort, and even just more broadly in the efforts we've seen replicated in the U.S. with Diablo Canyon. Yeah. And I wanted to ask, both of you, and Stefan, and your old stomping grounds at UC Berkeley in California, do you see that this sort of approach was emulated? I know we're joined by Mothers for Nuclear in the room and other groups that supported Diablo Canyon continuing to operate.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I guess, sprouting everywhere. Like, you need someone to follow, you need good examples to follow, and people see it. So, Tia's Replanted is spreading across Europe, and it's extremely popular now. It's, to be honest, like, an event like this, New York Climate Week, or all of the events around COP or everything, many people have heard the same things being said over and over again, year after year. I would not want to try to be on a panel like this in New York Climate Week trying to say we need to build more solar panels, because it's not very, yes, we do need to do it, but it's not very interesting to hear. Everyone's been saying it everyone is saying it all over the city right now, and it's just not very exciting thing to hear at this point. You want to hear something new, something exciting, and this, what we are saying is just adding another piece on the menu of things that could solve this thing is more interesting to hear about. So that's why there's a lot of interest from particularly youth and people who work at the plants. They're finally able to be proud of what they're doing. They're finally able to stand up and not kind of shy away from the fact that they've been doing a wonderful thing for their whole lives. And yeah, so I'm seeing it spreading everywhere.
I think that ties back to what we heard from Miss America this morning about that sense of mission that's driving you, and that you can be proud of. And so I think with the time that we have remaining, I'd just like to turn maybe back toward Dr. Kiefer and talk about a little bit of the health benefits of moving away from fossil fuels and toward nuclear.
Yeah, so the impetus behind that crash phase out of coal that occurred over 9 years was really about air pollution and the health impacts. And the Ontario Medical Association produced studies demonstrating that about 1,000 premature deaths could be avoided, thousands and thousands of hospitalizations and emergency department visits, and economic savings of around $3 billion per year. I sincerely hope that climate can be enough of a motivator to get nuclear deployed. But energy security in the 70s and then health impacts in the early 2000s is kind of what spurred that change. As a Canadian and they call people nuclear bros. I'm a can dude. So when talking about when talking about the health impacts, you can't ignore the medical isotope production that these reactors are capable of. Cobalt-60 is vital as a sort of cold process for sterilization, so we can't autoclave, bits of meltable plastic essentially. So everybody in this room has interacted in the healthcare environment with equipment that is sterilized by cobalt-60, and we do 40% of the world's single-use medical devices are sterilized with that cobalt-60. So we're talking IV cannulas, blood collection tubes, PPE, et cetera. And when we talk a lot about the nuclear accidents and how dangerous it is, like just thinking again about the averted deaths from emissions is one thing, from the particulate matter from coal plants, but thinking about how many lives are saved and how modern healthcare is really enabled by medical isotopes is a huge source of pride and something that touches my work on a daily basis. We still have a lot of hospital-based infections. But it's unimaginable to think about what that would look like without the medical isotope aspect. And again, CANDU's amazing for that.
Can do it.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad you touched on the medical isotope piece. And I think even we could, since the focus of this is on decarbonization, but, benefits beyond the power sector, if we think about food irradiation and things that might not always come top of mind, but, for medical imaging, cancer treatment, and everything else. And then I stop, and I think that also builds nicely. Chris was talking earlier about this coal to nuclear transition in Canada, driven by kind of energy security and other things. Sorry. Could you talk about mechanisms for repowering the retiring coal facilities? And I think we're going to see momentum in that direction in Europe.
Yeah, we're seeing enormous amounts of interest. So about 4 years ago or so, we started a study that was quite generic. It was looking at fossil fuel assets, particularly coal plants, and what role those assets could play in the future when they are not being used for their current purpose. So should we just strand all those investments, just walk away from those plants, decommission them, fire everyone who worked there? Or is there anything we can do with that equipment? We're quite broad. We looked at every possible option. This was an environmental NGO-funded study. And we came to the conclusion that actually a lot of the equipment, initially it was a very technical study. A lot of the equipment could be reused because thermal power plants look kind of the same. So if it's quite new equipment, you could reuse a lot of equipment. At the very heart of it, decarbonization is building stuff and closing stuff. It's very hard to do both of these things in isolation. It's very hard to time the two things as well. So you can either kind of build your new power system next to your old one and then try to close your old one. You won't want to start by closing your old one. The repowering idea kind of does both in one go. So you kind of convert a plant that was polluting to a non-polluting plant. I can talk a lot about the technical advantages and the economic advantages, but I think maybe in this context, maybe the social aspects are more interesting. So we started our work in Poland, and we've talked a lot about Poland. So if you are, and I've talked to a lot of people in Poland about this, if you are in, let's say, coal heartland in Poland, in Silesia, and you go and you listen to climate activists and environmental NGOs, and they're saying we're going to have an energy transition, so we're going to decommission the plants that you and your fathers and mothers and grandfathers worked at. You're out. You've been destroying the planet. We're all going to shut it all down. But 1,500 kilometers away from here, an offshore wind farm is going to get built. You might be as much of a climate activist as anyone else. And on top of your priority list is going to be jobs, security, providing for your children. It's going to be for everyone. Energy security. So it's not a compelling story. It's not even if you do really care about the climate, that story of you have no role to play, your skills are not worth anything, we should just decommission you and your plants and everything you've been doing and build something completely different very far away from here, is not compelling. So they're not on board. And so if you come with a story that says we are going to decarbonize by investing in your region, by retraining the people that work there, by jobs locally for you, by converting these things that you have been operating for many benefits for society, obviously not for the environment, but for society, for so many years, the entire story changes. Suddenly it's a positive thing. Suddenly it's something everyone wants to be a part of. Apart from all the technical advantages of these ideas, like, it's very hard to site new power generation, it's very hard to get transmission. It's very hard to get permits to cool, cooling water and things like that. All of that is already present in the coal site. These kind of softer arguments are maybe the main part of this idea, to be honest. And so we are getting traction for this everywhere. Some people might say, an old coal power plant's rusty old equipment, we don't want to reuse it, but there's more to the story than that, and we are seeing interest everywhere for this right now.
I so appreciate that. If you'll indulge me with a personal anecdote, I took a road trip in April and I drove through the local community where they will build the Natrium reactor in Wyoming, and it was incredible driving through the small community where the coffee shop was called Coal Coffee, but you could see on the roadside just this not sculpture but artwork that really commemorated coal and how it was built into their narrative as a local community. And so I really appreciate what you're saying, because you not only have to think of a way to write a community into a story in the future, but that also respects and acknowledges the history and where they're coming from. And so we only have a few minutes remaining, but I'd love to turn back to Chris to conclude. When we talked over the weekend, I know you conceded you're a self-diagnosed defensive pessimist, but you are passionate about nuclear and strident about its role to play in decarbonization. Can you talk a little bit more? I know we touched on it, but about the role of the nuclear advocate?
Yeah, I want to build a little bit off of this just transition
Please.
comment. That's another sort of passion. I came into it for climate reasons, and those persist as major motivations, but understanding that kind of the welfare state that, as an old school lefty, I care so much about rests on a productive base, on a wealthy society. That's how we fund entitlements and social programs. That's become another core motivator. Nuclear is it localizes itself. It leads to such human flourishing. The education levels, be it skilled trades or be it reactor operators or engineers, et cetera. That's, to me, a very inspiring story. And on that story of a just transition, I think a lot of the discourse is very patronizing, and it doesn't take into consideration actual history and labor struggle. It is, highly skilled people, usually working in more centralized workplaces, that are able to organize and get the weekend and get high pay and get safe working conditions. And those opportunities, in terms of, you go to a coal community or you go out west to the oil patch and you say, hey, do you want to put up solar panels? And it's temporary work. There's no parking lots there, right? It's usually pretty far away from population centers, super transient, and the wages are reflected in that. And we can sort of legislate prevailing wages, but let's face it, let's be economic realists. There's always a tension between capital and labor and trying to figure out what the wages and benefits should be. And that dynamism is good, but workers that are low skilled again and in transient positions have a far weaker position. And so just in terms of the general health of society, that's been another sort of anchor and motivator for the work that I do, and again for the constituency that I really work with, as I think the key deliverers of change on the nuclear file in Canada, which are everyday Canadian working people in the nuclear sector and those sectors that feed into it.
It's fantastic. And do you have any comment in closing, Stefan, about what motivates you?
So I might be tagged as a kind of a nuke bro as well, and that's interesting to me, because what we've done, all the studies we've done, has been just including nuclear. That's a funny anecdote from my life. We published a study on behalf of Swedish business on the future of the Swedish power system, where we include nuclear alongside wind, alongside solar and hydro. And once you do that, you realize everyone hates you, or you think everyone hates you, because the really hardcore nuke pros are like, why are you building your models, building this useless renewable energy? This is terrible. Your work is terrible. The 100% renewable crowd's like, why are you including nuclear? This is terrible. So for the first 5 minutes after you publish a study, everyone says you're an idiot. And then you realize this is actually just like kind of the 5 most loudest people on the internet. And then in general, most people are like, you have a balanced kind of mix. This kind of makes sense. It's really difficult to argue with this kind of balance between different functions. So I would say I'm a clean energy bro, and nuclear is warmly embraced within the clean energy bro family. That's how I would define myself.
Well, I think it does make sense that you two can dudes joined us today. And I really appreciate all of your time and insight. And Please join me in giving them a warm round of applause. All right. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our third panel, which is building capacity in newcomer countries. And we're very fortunate to be joined by our moderator, Matt Bowen, who's the non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. And in a moment, we will welcome him and the panelists up to the stage. We're building our chair capacity, for sure. All right, I think we're all set. Matt, if you please, and panelists. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. And as Lauren mentioned, the title of this panel is Building Capacity in Newcomer Countries. Matt Bowen, non-resident fellow, Atlantic Council. I'm going to turn to our great group of panelists for brief introductions from each of you, and then we'll have a discussion.
Good. Clayton Scott, Chief Commercial Officer for NuScale Power. NuScale Power is a light water, pressurized water reactor that's a little bit unique in the space. We're the only U.S. certified technology that's commercially deployable at this point in time, and we're looking forward to discussing how we're moving the emerging markets, and I'll keep it brief for now, and we'll have a lot more discussion and details as we go through the questions.
Sounds good. Robert? You want to just do a brief introduction?
Okay, I'm Robert Sewaji with the Ministry of Energy of Ghana. I coordinate the nuclear power program from the Ministry of Energy. And my unit is more like we promote the clean energy. My background is into nuclear engineering. So at first when I got to the Ministry of Energy, they forgot my name. They called me Dr. Nuclear because I was promoting basically only nuclear and nobody, it was new with the Ministry of Energy. So I had a very tough time. Sometimes when we are doing policy decision, they said, oh, Robert wanted us to go nuclear. Meanwhile, he's the head of the unit who is supposed to say that we are going nuclear, but I say Robert wanted us to go nuclear. But now we've reached a point where, everybody's coming around and we are moving steadily. So there's a lot I will share here, so I think. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Alicia?
Thank you. I'm Alicia Duncan. I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Office of Nuclear Energy's International Office. I lead the office's international engagement in nuclear energy.
Good afternoon. I'm Grant Gardner, Executive Vice President, Business Strategy and Development for Atomic Energy of Canada Limited. Many of you will know it as ACL. I'll apologize a bit now for giving you another dose of Canada because you've certainly had a lot of it today and a lot of good tee-ups for me. Just briefly, ACL is a Crown corporation, 100% owned by the Government of Canada. I think the two noteworthy components of our operations are the Chalk River Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, which has been mentioned already, and we continue to own the CANDU technology, again also mentioned, teed up nicely by Chris, and licensed that, so you'll hear more about that as I go on, so pleasure to be here.
Okay, great, and we'll keep this conversational. Alicia, I was going to turn to you first, maybe for some scene setting. You travel around the world representing the U.S. government, talking with countries about nuclear energy. Just what are you seeing out there in the world in the form of newcomer countries?
Thank you, Matt. Let me first thank the Atlantic Council and ENEC for organizing such a great 2 days of amazing conversations. And may I also ask Ryan and Farah to take a picture of my Ghanaian colleague, because nobody will believe he was here, Mr. Nuclear, if he doesn't have the photo. Matt, honestly, and I spend about 95% of my time traveling, so I have no plants, pets, kids, husband, whatever. So this is a full-time commitment. But what I'm seeing around the world is an energy, an enthusiasm, a desire to really push. And I think it's a bit overdue, but nonetheless it's happening and we have to work within that moment. The events, of course, of February 24th of last year have put an additional texture and urgency on the need for not only new nuclear, but energy security. So where previously we were talking about climate, we're now talking about climate and energy security. And so around the world, we have countries that you've seen who have now pivoted from their stance of, oh, no nuclear, into now they definitely want to deploy. I think also I'm seeing the same challenge around the world of our failure globally to communicate clearly about the benefits of nuclear in our everyday lives. And so I think if we had better communication and education around nuclear, we'd be able to go faster, because the ignorance that people have around how nuclear impacts their everyday life, I believe, is one of the biggest challenges in public acceptance and the stakeholder engagement challenges that people have around the world. Nonetheless, we have a lot of really bold voices. We saw one of them today, and how bold of it is Miss America to have to stop her speech but return to us, because she didn't have to. And so I think we need to act with that boldness when we speak about nuclear. We need not be shy. We need not try to couch it under clean energy. And therefore, I think when we have these voices moving with the same mandate, recognizing internationally now some of our competitors as countries are now what our Secretary of Energy likes to call co-opetition, because there's a lot we need to do, and we need to do so internationally in partnership together.
Okay. And Robert, Alicia just gave us kind of a world scene setting here. Maybe you can zero down and as kind of a local flavor, tell us about the energy challenges in Ghana, what all is happening there, the electrical grids, and why nuclear might be an appealing option.
Okay, thank you. Ghana started its, I'll say, nuclear program in the 1960s, even way before some European countries. But then it got truncated because of political issues and coup d'etats. So I always have the problem when everybody puts the whole African continent in one box of not knowing what nuclear is. But then if we isolate country by country, everybody have various capacity building when it comes to nuclear. So we had the hydro dam, which was supported by the US government to build the largest hydro, and it had an aluminum smelter. So we were virtually having free power. And the next thing was to build a nuclear, and then that's why we started the nuclear program. But then when we say we look at our energy mix, we've exhausted all our large hydros. Our mini hydros will not be up to 2,000 megawatts. So the next level is what is the base load, but we get the renewables making more noise than noise is maybe too harsh a word, but more adverts than the nuclear group. So with our grid, based on energy transition, we are looking at increasing nuclear capacity to about 45% by 2070. And we are looking at having our first nuclear power plant by early 2032. Now, why nuclear? Because we don't have any other base load unless we go coal. And then our gas that we are using is indigenous gas. And based on our gas master plan, by 2027, our gas is dwindling. So we have to heavily rely on LNG, which means that our pricing of energy will not depend on our natural resource. And with that, energy security will be a problem. So now government has realized that based on our energy transition plan and the models that we did, nuclear is very key. And we have to at least build our first nuclear power plants. And it will help us to put other infrastructure in place, because in the near future, we are going to upscale astronomically. And if we don't do one now, how do we upscale? So for us, nuclear is a do or die. If we don't have it, we are going to have energy poverty, unless something else comes up in technology to provide clean energy or clean base load. I mean, we don't have an option. So for us, nuclear is not an option, it's a must.
Got it. And Grant, so Canada has had a nuclear power program for many decades. As an established nuclear country, what all do you have to offer towards newcomer countries in terms of building capacity?
Yeah, I think, and picking up on the co-opetition concept too, I mean, it is an all hands on deck scenario, I think. It's a global issue, and while we can all look in our flooding basements and consider if I get this cleaned up, everything's fine, that's just not the case, because your neighbor's basement is flooding too, and it's coming across the property line. So I think from the perspective of, you know, co-opetition and what can Canada do, and picking up on a lot of the threads we've heard about in the last day or so, you know, we're in a great position. I would say we've already enabled nuclear around the world to a certain extent. And we're definitely enabling it further in Canada, and I think we're poised to continue doing that. So if I unpack it a bit, first of all, you know, we have the Clean Energy Cathedral, which is an expression I just heard. We developed that in Canada. We're very proud of it. We have 30 reactors around the world, about 2/3 in Canada, and the remaining third in countries like Romania, South Korea, China, Argentina. So we've done this already in terms of tech transfer and enabling. And as a result of that, the ecosystem in Canada is immense, I think, and talented and highly vertically integrated. It starts with organizations like UNINI, which is the university side on nuclear engineering, and then it goes into the Organization of Canadian Nuclear Industries, the immense supply chain that has come out of CANDU, goes into COG, which is, again, great enablement, Romania, Pakistan, India, China, Canadian operators working together to invest in that technology now for decades in hundreds of millions of dollars. International cooperation, a very talented and open regulator that has helped other countries, not only on CANDU technology, but others, to the points raised earlier, get the regulatory regime in place. Canadian Nuclear Association, and of course the lab. A national lab goes hand in hand with a nuclear program. It's typically either weapons or energy. In Canada, we're not the former, we're the latter, but the lab is critical to that, and us continuing to have a nuclear energy program in the country is critical to the lab as well. So we're really soup to nuts in terms of capability, and I think finally, and equally important, you know, the Government of Canada and the conversations that we're having, and I'm not speaking for the Government of Canada today, but I have regular conversations, and they're changing. They're a lot easier, and people understand. I think to talk to Mr. Kerry's comments earlier, there's a confrontation of reality. We have it in our own country. You know, 18 gigawatts of nuclear required by 2050, according to ISO. That's a lot of reactors. So I think the point is we have done it. We are poised to do it again. And I think to the points earlier, you're seeing OPG, not just in the CANDU space now, but working internationally in Poland's a great example of Canada working to help emerging countries. And I'm really happy to say, I have a picture on my phone. Our minister today with the Romanians just announced Cernavoda 3 and 4 and Canadian export support up to $3 billion. So Canada is still in this game. And with that 18 gigawatts and the opportunity to look at how CANDU can be there and enhance at home, and the efforts abroad and our history, I think we're really well poised to do our part. And I truly believe we're all going to have to be open to everyone playing their part. To Rita's comments earlier, this is not about you have to eat someone else's lunch to satisfy yourself. There's plenty for everybody, and plenty of challenge, plenty of opportunity, and if we focus on the opportunity, there's a chance for us actually getting this right.
Okay. Clayton, as a reactor developer, NuScale's been traveling around the world talking with countries, including newcomer countries, and the topic of financing came up earlier today. And I was wondering if you could talk about, one, the importance of financing in these sorts of discussions with newcomer countries, and what you all see in terms of successful strategies, working with other governments, other supplier chains.
Sure. Yeah, I've been traveling around, not maybe quite as bad as Alicia, but pretty close. But yes, financing is a key element, and it's been a topic that I don't think has been really put in the limelight the way it should be. Fortunately, we're seeing some very positive change. I mean, Exim Bank has taken a much different position than previous, whereas it was more product focused, and now it's actually expanded into project focus. So a prime example of that is in Romania, where they've put a letter of interest of a significant amount for both our project at the Doșesi site, but as well as towards the Cernavoda site as well. So it's encouraging to hear the announcement today, because it's key for Romania to have an overall success path both on the Cernavoda side and on the NuScale side. So it's just shows more confidence that the financial institutions are believing more into the industry, and it's moving it forward. But it's in the other countries that we're talking to, finance it's always a challenge. The good thing is that the ECA mix is strong. So whether you're bringing in supply chain from Korea, or you bring in supply chain from Japan, or whatever countries associated, the ECA financing, the KXMs or the JBICs or out of France, et cetera, are all kind of looking at how do they bring in, to support these projects. And this level of interest at that ECA level is, in my opinion, significantly different than it was just a few years ago. In addition, I mean, we're seeing private investment is now taking a different view, and the VCs, I think there was discussions yesterday. I think the VCs are still a little bit cautious, but the private equity is certainly far more aggressive in looking into this space, and that's something that we're encouraged in seeing. We're fortunate we have a developer partner that is able to bring in that build, own, operate model and bring in that private monies. But the thing that we have to look at is, you go into a country and you're building a relationship that's 80 to 100 years. I mean, this is a significant commitment on all parties, and I think the financial institutions and the governments realize this, and I think they need to step up and figure out, how do we put this infrastructure in place? I mean, when I was in Abu Dhabi a couple of months ago, we were talking about the importance of what nuclear is going to be in this overall sector of energy. And there was a lot of banks in the room, and we basically said, well, okay, that's a key point. If we're truly going to be part of the mix, we have to change that financing model, because you're CapEx heavy for the first X number of years, but then it's relatively an ATM machine for the following 50 years, right? So they need to look at that long model, not the short model, and how the refinance package to put things in front of the end users and the customers, because we can't get there without the money. I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, we need the financing, we need flexibility, we need government support on that side, we need private industry financing, and we need sovereign guarantees. And the good thing is that the emerging markets understand this, and they're starting to figure out ways to put in the sovereign guarantees, et cetera. So we're seeing it happening, and we're confident that it'll continue to happen, and I think it's beneficial for everybody.
Okay. Robert, would you mind talking about sort of the challenges you see in terms of building capacity to support a new program? I mean, what are sort of the big lifts coming down the pipe in terms of the next few years, and what all do you see from the different supplier nations who are sort of competing to work with you in terms of what they're offering you in the form of assistance?
Okay, thank you. When it comes to capacity building, I'll say we started aggressively building capacity in the 1960s, and when the program was abandoned, I mean, it fizzled out. And I think early 2005, we rejuvenated our nuclear program. So we have a nuclear school for postgraduates where we train Ghanaians and even some people from the IAEA from African countries. But then when they are done, because we are not having that, I'll say, aggressive support from vendor countries, the future looks a bit gloomy and everybody goes out. So I have a lot of Ghanaian students who are out there in various nuclear institutions who are trained from Ghana. But what we are looking now is technology specific. And you know, when you are a vendor and you are approaching Ghana, at least you look at the capacity building and then you bring in the needed resources to train the people to be able to come out, to be able to use that technology. For example, NuScale is a SMR. The technology is quite different from the usual large reactors. So you need to have projects and tailor the academic calendar in line with that, so that when they are coming out, we know that we at NuScale have a project. The project will be coming on, and we are training the people to sustain the operations of the project. If you are moving with Westinghouse or GE Hitachi, I mean, we know how to put that into our curriculum. But right now, we are doing more like a generic training so that they can fit in any of the technologies. So I normally say that when you penetrate Ghana, you penetrate the West African sub-region. Because when it comes to nuclear, we are the pioneers in the sub-region. All the sub-regional countries are looking for Ghana to take the first step. Some may be richer than Ghana, but then they all look at Ghana. When we got our first research reactor, our brother also got the same research reactor. So I'll say that for vendor countries, don't look at the profits now. Look at the whole sub-region and invest. And then it's like you cast your bread upon the water and it will come. So just invest in Ghana. Let us get it right, because if we don't get it right, it takes the whole sub-region the next 100 years, because everybody points to Ghana and said, you see, Ghana didn't get it. Why are you saying we go nuclear? So I see Ghana as a test case for vendors. Africa, I would say, is the next continent to consume more energy. And we don't want to repeat, expanding on coal and gas. So when we have the example that we can do it and we are operating and we are getting energy security from it, then the market is open for all vendors to come in to be able to expand into the grid, for us not to go into the fossils, but to go into clean energy.
Okay. So Alicia, what's the U.S. government doing to help with newcomer countries and building capacity there? I mean, what are the challenges? What more could we do?
Okay. How much time do I have?
As much as you want.
Well, you heard from Kirsten yesterday, Kirsten Cutler from State. So I won't reiterate that, but I will just summarize the State part by saying they're doing amazing things with their first program, and they've recently announced the next program. And so they've been working with emerging markets. And the Department of Energy, of course, works within the interagency framework to work our own lines of effort with countries like Ghana and Poland and others that we've talked about today. I think one of the things that we have looked at most is, again, going back to that education and training piece. We've announced regional clean energy training centers in both Ghana and Poland, and we'll be making an announcement at COP on our next one. But I think the importance, again, of workforce development is a very important one. And we've heard over the past day and a half how a lot of what the concerns and conversations around are not the technical piece in terms of the workforce, but there are other pieces around workforce that we need to make sure that the people who are in these positions that are going to push nuclear for their countries can speak boldly, can speak intelligently, can push policy, can really make a stand in their government to really push this over the top. Because people talk about nuclear, and I don't think enough focus is given on the challenge of just organizing a government. And so the U.S. government has spent a lot of time with these countries working on that piece of it, because you heard about the importance of a sovereign guarantee. You wouldn't believe how many people are answering this question after we've signed an agreement. And these are things you need to be thinking about early on. Are you going to, as a government, provide a sovereign guarantee? How are you going to ensure that when you have administration and party changes, which in some countries happen more often, than we plant flowers? So we really need to make sure that we're working with the workforce that is really going to be responsible in pushing this forward in the country to be able to be ready. And one of the questions I get on my LinkedIn is, are we sure we want to work with this country? Are they really ready? I think that's kind of a ridiculous question, because we're not going to wait until they are ready to work with an emerging country. We want to help get them ready. When you talk about an 80 to 100-year relationship, I'm not looking for my spouse to meet me at the altar. We got to put that time in and that work in, and I got to see if you're the right one. So therefore, people are looking at the United States that same way. What is your level of commitment? Are you just trying to sell us a reactor? Are you really about that relationship life? So the U.S. government has spent a lot of time really just building the relationships. And for anybody who thinks that the time we spend on planes being present is a jaunt, a vacation, or anything else, you're a fool.
You're all welcome to come with us.
And record that. You're a fool, because when you talk about building a relationship, you got to be present.
Of course.
You got to really know the people. You got to be able to say, Robert, can you tell so-and-so we need them to show up at the IAEA to do this event because we really want Ghana to be highlighted. And so it's really work. It's not just, hey, here's our technology, we're amazing, please buy a reactor. It doesn't work that way. So we have to put the time in, and that's what we spend our time doing. And I'll say that just internally in the government, and again, I don't paint this to be all roses, because even in our own government, we still have work we need to do. People have talked about financing, and I'm so glad the chairwoman was here this morning, because XM has really pushed over the past year to really be a significant player. And USTDA, even though that wasn't their mandate, has really stepped in on some of this front-end engineering and design work. And we've learned that we've got to involve everybody, Atlantic Council, the NGOs, Ryan in the back, Third Way, ClearPath. This is a job for everybody, because we need all of the help possible. Congress has just been incredible and amazing. For those countries out there who don't know, when the Republicans and the Democrats agree on something, it's going to snow in summer. So therefore, but nuclear's been something that they've supported throughout the administrations and all of the legislation that's been introduced. So we're really trying to make sure that as government agencies, that we are, working together, that we're partnering with industry and the industry associations, so that we're not just out thinking about, hey, where do we want to be? Where does industry want to be? How are we making sure we're working to work on those relationships? And then finally, I'll say that the government is also having tough conversations with industry. You got to put some skin in the game. and they have to be coachable, like this whole, I'm going to build this product and then we're just going to sell it and everybody's going to be like, ta-da. No, you need to get out there. You need to establish an office if you're serious. You need to have people on the ground, and that is really how you start to build that relationship, because they're not just looking at us as, oh, you're the United States, you're amazing, your technology is amazing. No, they really want to see that there's a strategic partnership and that we're serious about not only that relationship, but being sort of the watch person and relationship bearer with our companies.
Okay. Clayton, I don't know how you're going to follow that, but
that's a tough one. You know.
I would be curious to ask you, though, in terms of workforce capacity, so zeroing in there, you know, as a nuclear power company, I mean, how can nuclear power companies help with workforce capacity development in emerging markets?
Yeah, I mean, especially more challenging for us. We're a small, more or less a startup company, right? I mean, we have 500 and some people. We're not GE. We're not Westinghouse. You know, we're not this big group of people. However, what we realize is important to the emerging markets is how to localize and how to use local talent. And that's something I think where we see we can bring to the table, because when we go to these countries, we do these supplier days where we find out that 70 to 80% of the plant, the balance of plant and the plant, aside from the actual reactor build, which is currently being done by our partner Doosan, a lot of that work can be localized. And it's key for us to come in early to help establish what the design looks like, what the plant design looks like, securing all these local companies to get them to be part of that partnership, so that we can grow that, you know, from a ground up or a roots up approach to try and build that localization aspect, because that's important for that market. I mean, they don't want us to come in, build it, and leave. I mean, we have to create jobs, we have to create business, we have to make sure that this is foundational for them in the future. And to Leisha's point, I think, you know, we have to make sure that we're investing, and that's something that we're looking at doing. It's just taking longer in some markets than others, but it's certainly a focus for us. But to me, that's key, is being able to localize, support the groups that are needed, and try to grow that infrastructure without taking it away. And to me, that's the key for success, because we're not a big enough company to just go in and do it, you know, take a bunch of contractors and walk away. I think we have to bring in the right source, the right partnerships, and try to grow it locally. So.
Grant, we've talked a little bit about some of the challenges that newcomer countries face in starting up a nuclear power program. I wonder if you can expound a little bit on that and talk about some of the broad challenges that maybe we haven't talked about yet.
Sure. You know, I think Robert's particularly well placed to talk about it. He's in the thick of it. But it occurs to me, I mean, the question I ask myself is it really the newcomers that have the challenges alone? I think it may be, in fact, that their biggest challenge is, are we ready to enable at the end of the day? Because if you take the case of Canada in particular, and back to my point earlier of Ontario alone and 18 gigawatts of new nuclear by 2050, and it's a country that I would say is doing well. Refurbishment skills has kept the supply chain vibrant, and we've been successful. But the lift ahead of us is immense, or the opportunity is great, no matter how you look at it. But I think the question will become, in a world where there is scarcity of resources, whether it be financial, just the pure time and attention that is required to tackle. You know, the real question for me is, will the enabling nations really be able to keep their eye off their own basement flood and be willing to look to their neighbor, recognizing it's a global issue that needs a global response. So I guess from my perspective, to me, I actually flip the question a bit to, will we be ready? It's not so much, and don't get me wrong, the challenge is great for those who want to be a newcomer, but will we, the existing nuclear nations in the power and energy sector, are we really going to be ready? And are we really going to be able to take the eye off our own challenges in whichever aspect of them they are to make it happen.
Okay. Why don't we take a question or two from the audience? Anyone have something they want to pose to the panel? Okay.
Charles Oppenheimer. I've heard about currency risk for financing. Yeah, I've heard about currency risk for financing international projects. Maybe have you heard of that as a particular challenge if you're bringing in financing from another country? It's already difficult to finance a nuclear project. How does the international financing of it work?
Anyone want to take a shot at that?
We haven't. I mean, clearly it's a question. Has it been a roadblock? I would say no. Fortunately, we've been able to bring monies from the sources that we think are robust enough that they understand the hedging on the currency changes, but we haven't seen it yet in the markets that we're specifically playing in. But I do appreciate that there are some markets where that has to be considered. Yeah. I certainly, we had that consideration. I've had that consideration in previous companies building in other markets, so I understand the challenge. But so far, we've been okay. Yeah.
Okay, maybe another question.
Hey, Phil Chafee from Nuclear Intelligence Weekly. I'm just curious, on a country like Ghana, but this could equally be for Poland or other new entrant countries, how do you envision building out the regulator, and how do you envision the relationship between the regulator and the regulator in the vendor country?
Okay. We used to have our regulator together with our promoter organization under the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. But in 2005, when we rejuvenated our nuclear program, we made efforts, we took steps to separate the regulator. So in 2015, by law, we established a regulator. And the capacity of the regulator is, based on the relationship between the US NRC and other regulators, they are building their capacity, and they are in the position to license our sites and also bring out regulations. And so far, they've churned out a lot of regulation with support from the US NRC and the IAEA. And they are very independent from the Ministry of Energy, because they are under a different ministry, and the Ministry of Energy is under a different ministry.
Okay, maybe one more question from the audience, then we'll turn for final comments.
Hi, Isuru Sen, Nuclear New York. Question on the kind of financing competitiveness. I know, Matt, your work, you talk a lot about the China and Russia offering this very long-term repayment, low interest rate. How do Western vendors compete? Or, speaking to the Ghanaian case, how do you weigh those kind of considerations, geopolitical considerations, with the financial incentives?
Okay, yes, you are right. In our first request for information, we had about 15 vendor countries, vendor companies participating in it, and financing was very key in downsizing the vendor companies. And I see, I'll say that, I wish I won't say it because I'm part of the review team, but NuScale is here.
I'll close my ears. I want to listen.
Okay. Their proposal.
You want me to leave?
I wish you could. Their proposal really pretty look good when it comes to the financing. Virtually not on our books. So it's look, pretty good, and that was a very strong point for NuScale. So it's you compare the proposal with what is coming from Russia, China, and you look at the levelized costs, and then you look at how much you are going to sell the electricity, and then payment terms and all that. We consider all that. But as I'm saying, NuScale proposal in terms of the financial, what they presented, I mean, really pretty look good. But then the other vendor countries, vendor companies can look at a similar proposal, because that proposal, we tried it with our first large hydro, which I said was supported by the United States. It came with the smelter, so there was a power and then there was an off-taker, and the nation really didn't need to put in, anything. And this is more like a similar thing. But I think vendor companies will also have some other genius ways of financing a nuclear program in a developing country whose books are not really strong to support such a huge energy project.
Does anyone want to add anything onto that? Alicia.
So there's a country you've heard a lot about today, Romania. And Romania had a deal with China prior to its exiting that deal and forming a strategic partnership with the United States. And therefore, I think that speaks to itself because a country is not simply going to be swayed by money when it comes to something as important as its energy security and nuclear specifically. And when we think about someone walking away, the decision being made in a government to walk away from a fully funded project to get a different partner that they can trust with the technology they can trust. And Romania is CANDU, so it's not US technology, but our technology and safety records speak for themselves. So therefore, I think it's critically important that we are mindful of examples like that, because again, using relationships as an example, money isn't everything. And so when you're thinking about that 100-year partnership and who you want to have as your strategic partner, that I think is going to be valued much more strongly than just money.
All right, how about just a couple concluding remarks from each of you, maybe about a minute?
Sure. It's the emerging markets are exciting. The whole industry is exciting. I mean, if anybody thinks this is going to slow down or die off, I'm sorry, it's not. I think everybody has tremendous room. I mean, when you look at the data centers, you look at AI, you look at the power consumption, what we see expected globally, when you look at the population growth, this is something that we have to figure out. I mean, it's something we have to do. Nobody can walk away from building nuclear power plants. This is the future. It has to be in the mix. We can't survive without it. We can't not rely on it. So people need to figure it out. The banks need to figure it out. The governments need to figure it out. Everybody needs to contribute and move this forward. So it's an exciting time. Glad to be part of it and look forward to getting all of our plants collectively built globally and make money, make power.
Okay, Robert?
I'll start with the story where in a forum, a supposedly advisor to a government was asking, if you want to generate electricity from nuclear, what happens to the radiation that comes to your room? And everybody gets surprised. And then somebody asks, your electricity is from hydropower. Do you get your room being wet? So I realize that there's a lot of education which needs to go out there when it comes to the sub-region. And in reviewing our ECOWAS, that is the sub-region of West Africa, our energy policy, there is an ECOWAS energy policy. They wanted to expunge nuclear out. So I made sure they did not. So when you ask anybody in ECOWAS, how do you still have nuclear in your energy grid? They said there was one guy in Ghana who was too stubborn.
Dr. Nuclear.
Dr. Nuclear, who was too stubborn. And now the next step I'm trying to do is for ECOWAS to have a secretariat to be able to promote nuclear. And I'm not getting anybody to fund that secretariat, because most of the activities of ECOWAS is funded by the solar, the wind, the other energy sources, but you don't get anybody, looking at nuclear in the ECOWAS region. So I would say that if we are trying to make sure that we get the right story out there, and we have to make sure that there's an example for all the countries to be able to follow in the sub-region. And we should be also to make sure that we influence the sub-region from the regional points. So I say if ECOWAS had a secretariat, which is manned and it's a nuclear office, and it's able to advocate, educate, have programs and relationships with vendor countries on that level, it makes the job easier for vendor countries and then nuclear to penetrate the sub-region. Thank you.
Okay. Alicia?
Okay, you said 1 minute? All right, a few things. One, I think that it's critically important that we stop having these nice conversations around nuclear. It's kind of sickening, and we shouldn't be continuing to sit on panels and say the time is now, the time is now. Bill Magwood said the time is now in 2019 when we had a meeting at the White House of 65 plus member countries. The time has already been, and we need to stop talking and start doing. And I think part of what we need to make sure we're focused on is what as nations can we do in concert to work together so that we can move faster, more quickly. Second, I think if we reflect back to yesterday on the comments that Ryan in the back of the room made, I think he dropped a lot of gems yesterday that were missed around people, specifically around diversity, specifically around all of the rooms that I look in, and there's still not enough women there. There's still not enough people of color, and there are definitely not enough young people in the room who need to be contributing to these conversations. And that is not just a United States problem, that is a global problem that we're having. And so I think if we're serious about solving all that we need to do on nuclear, we need to get serious about the people who are involved in the conversations and the work. And then finally, I'd say that in an international space, we need to make sure that people understand it's not just small modular reactors, it's large and small, it's renewables. We're not in competition with all of these great advanced reactor technologies and renewables because there's enough for all to work together, there's enough for all of the companies to work together, and there's enough for all of the countries to work together. This is not the time for us to be like, I'm the best, I'm the best. If one wins in nuclear, all of our like-minded partners, then we all win in nuclear. And so those are my concluding remarks.
Grant, you get the final word.
Wow. Can that be the final word? Exactly what I wanted to say. I mean, it's really the time for all hands on deck, and in particular for like-minded nations to support each other, march together on a global problem with global solutions. And everybody. When I mean all hands, it's also all technologies, big and small, from all countries. And I mean, the last O Canada moment, we're poised, we're doing it. I think we are actually have done it, are doing it, and are moving ahead. And we look forward to working with our like-minded friends to make things happen.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, but it was missed earlier, and someone mentioned we didn't get to talk about mentoring. And so may I please make a plea for all of you old people in the room. Mentor somebody, mentor a whole lot of people. Like, we need people to be mentors for these young people coming in. We gotta make them feel welcome in this industry, and it's just critically important. And I'm a product of mentoring, and I think you're never too old to have one. We've got two of our former deputy secretaries here, one right there in the front row. I saw you sneak in, Clay. Dan Poneman being the other one. You really gotta have mentors to help these young people in this game, because this knowledge gap that's missing in the sector, where all these people are going to die off, not pointing to you all in the front row, but you know, we need to make sure that we're filling that gap. So please, mentoring is critically important globally.
100%. I agree with that. Well, please let me please join me in thanking this panel for a great discussion.
Nice job.
Before they depart, I just want to emphasize a thank you to Matt for moderating this fantastic session. And before I have to watch you run away down the aisle out of the room for your taking your mics off, I know all of you traveled to be here today. Alicia, I know you were in Europe last week, but a special round of applause also for Robert, for Mr. Nuclear, for coming all the way from Ghana over the weekend to be here. So thank you, please. And so while we're waiting for our next panel, I think I'll just comment briefly on some of the topics. I think if I let poor Chris and wherever you'd like to go. But Alicia, in terms of the value that nuclear translates into everyday life, I think Robert did an excellent job of touching on the importance of human potential, starting at the local level, and then expanding outward to focus on energy poverty and energy systems, the place for nuclear within a broader, where it falls within the energy mix. And then for Grant, I think he really touched on and underscored the friendly co-opetition and how it's a win-win. This pie is large enough for everyone if what's forecasted is will come to bear that's in the DOE liftoff report. And then for Clayton, I think he did a great job too of then taking that macro level in terms of CapEx in the long term and then bringing it back to localizing infrastructure. So I think we heard a lot about directing investment in people, reactors, and relationships. And so I'm thrilled to recognize the last panel of our day, which is designing the next generation of nuclear energy technologies. And I would love to welcome our moderator, Zach Dubell, who is the Chief Analyst for the Federation of Electric Power Companies of Japan, and his fellow panelists to the stage. Thank you so much. Give them a warm round of applause, please, for their work.
Test.
All right, thank you everybody for joining us for the last panel session of the day. As Lauren mentioned, my name is Zach. I have the double-edged honor of doing the last panel session, so I've had to listen to everyone ask my best questions over the last couple of days and have been frantically rewriting my notes. But at the same time, I get to build upon all the really great answers that people have been giving the last couple of days during this conference. So the last panel today is going to focus on building on a lot of the topics that people have been talking about the last few days. The amount of electricity demand that the world's going to have over the next 30 years, the amount of demand that nuclear will have to fill for that, and the various ways that nuclear can be used to do that, either for electricity, hydrogen production, desalinization, energy storage, all of these things. And we're going to talk about how all of our panelists' different reactor designs will be able to fill these demands going into the future. So for our panel today, they don't really need any introduction, but we have Chris Levesque from TerraPower, Caroline Cochran, co-founder and CEO of Oklo, Roger Martella, Chief Sustainability Officer for GE, and Clay Sell, CEO of X Energy. So to open up the discussion, I wanted to have everybody kind of go over their designs and how they're planning on meeting the global demand for nuclear energy and electricity and other services that nuclear provide as we go into the next few decades and going through decarbonization and providing clean electricity globally to improve living standards worldwide.
Okay, well, as many before us have talked about in the last 2 days, we all plan to build many plants, and there's room for all of our companies to do so. But we do have to acknowledge that in the free world anyway, there's not a lot of good examples of new nuclear projects that have been executed successfully. So that's job number one. And a big challenge of each of our companies, aside from coming up with those designs, is to structure that first project. And so TerraPower, with our Natrium reactor, has developed a technology that we think is going to be in great demand. One of the unique things about Natrium is that it has built-in energy storage using a molten salt storage system that's been proven out in the concentrated solar industry. And our plans as far as structuring that first project involve a public-private partnership, ARDP, which I'm sure Clay is going to talk about as well. It is so important that the U.S. government created the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program, and I'm going to embarrass Adam DeMilla again, and I can't tell if Rita Barnwell's in the room still, but they were both really instrumental in creating ARDP when Adam was on Senator Lamar Alexander's team and when Rita was at the Department of Energy. And it's also really noteworthy that in the competition for this program, the U.S. government chose 2 Generation 4 reactors with non-water coolants to try and move the U.S. forward. So our first project, and this was again a competition, ARDP. Our first project, when we won the competition, we still had to decide where we would build that first plant. And with PacifiCorp and Berkshire Hathaway Energy, we began to have discussions with Governor Gordon in Wyoming and looked at the electricity needs there, looked at the massive retirements of coal in the Mountain West, a lot of wind and solar coming on, which created even more need for that spinning reserve of nuclear, but with built-in storage. So that became just a really ideal place for us to do our first project. I'm sure we'll talk more about the many plants, but I'll stop there because these first projects are so foundational, and they have to go right if we're going to achieve the big dream.
I'm going to continue on with Roger in a second, but I wanted to capitalize on something you were talking about just there. I think it was mentioned a few times, the coal to nuclear transition that we're doing, and I know DOE has done a lot of good work as well in identifying different coal sites and how many of them would be an appropriate site for hosting nuclear plants. So there's quite a large scale of demand that is potentially available for filling that.
Oh, I think the DOE reports say there's hundreds of coal plant sites that are available. I think Poland has done similar work quantifying this in Europe. And we love the idea for several reasons. One, it's a grid connection, which are precious, especially in the U.S. Our grid isn't that ready to take on a lot of new plants today. It's probably not as strong as the grid in Europe or in the grid in Japan, for example. So these coal plant sites provide a grid connection. They provide a source of cooling water if you're reusing the cooling water from the coal plant that's retiring. And then one of the greatest things you have with those coal plant sites is you have coal plant communities. These are communities who know how to make energy. And in Kemmerer, Wyoming, where we're building our first plant, that's a community that has a very high energy IQ, as we call it. They know how electricity is made. Most of these nuclear plants look an awful lot like coal plants, right? They still spin turbines, they still make steam, some of them. That means in those communities you have all these great skills. And if we didn't go to these communities, when the coal plants retire, there's literally, and you see a lot of this in West Virginia, there's communities that have literally died over the energy transition. So someone mentioned just transition earlier. I can think of no better example of a just transition than repurposing coal plants for advanced nuclear.
Great, thank you for that. I appreciate that segue there. So Roger, the BWRX 300 will be the first deployed in Canada. Has been good work on that already. But you also have partnerships with OPG, TVA, and Poland as well, and are working on deploying the reactor in multiple places. Can you talk a little bit about how that partnership is working and any lessons learned from that?
Well, thank you very much. And I think when you mentioned the BWRX, so our strategy on SMRs is both very similar to my colleagues up here, which we fully support, but also a little bit different because our BWRX the X stands for the 10th generation of our existing nuclear technology. And what we want to do is we want to help be a proof point for the future of nuclear, the future of SMRs. We want to kind of bridge that gap between now and Gen 4 with the BWRX so that we can show that this is real, that we can do this and lend support to my colleagues up here, and we're invested in Gen 4 too. And so the BWRX is really the proof point for demonstrating the relevance of nuclear for being able to rely on SMRs and to be able to take our existing technology. If you think about it, this is some of the most complicated technology in the world. We want to make it as simple as possible. And so when you have the 10th generation of something, when you've worked on it for so long, when you have the majority of the fleet in the world, it enables you to use that experience. You have a fuel supply that's reliable and established. It enables you to use that experience and those opportunities to your advantage. And that's good for us, it's good for the BWRX, it's good for our customers, it's good for the industry, it's good for climate change, and it's good for the next generation because it is that proof point that this is going to work and this is something that's going to be very sustainable. So you mentioned the partnership with OPG and with Synthos, and this is really, I think, our next generation, how you have to approach not only nuclear, but the energy transition going forward. Everything is in partnership at this point. We're really humbled by the support for the BWRX. I think we've been contacted by 60 countries on almost every continent who are interested and eager to engage and hopefully be one of our customers. So we've had to be very strategic in terms of the supply is limited, the demand is quite high. How can we be strategic, not just to maximize the opportunities for us, that's important for us. I think one of the reasons we talked about electrification as a motivation, people also see the economic opportunity with SMR. I think it's a big motivation for Eastern Europe, for the UK.
Brought up is the availability of fuel, and different companies have taken different approaches to that. I know Clay's company has built a TRISO-X facility to supply themselves and others with TRISO fuel. And then shout out to Dan and Centrus for getting their first HALO cascade on next month. So congratulations for that. So I hope I would like if you guys could talk a little bit about how you guys are approaching the fuel question.
Well, I think we need help on the fuel supply. I wasn't here yesterday when Dan spoke, but I bet he said something like no enrichment facility in the world has ever been developed without government involvement, right? The global competition from Russia, who dumped low-cost material in the U.S. for a long time, was done with government-funded facilities. We have the same thing in China. So for both HALEU and LEU, of course, there's no capability for HALEU production in the U.S., but there's also insufficient capacity for LEU in the U.S. for the big plans we have. So we have to fix both at once. There's something called the Fuel Availability Program that the DOE's been working on in earnest. It's been making its way through the process a little slower than we'd like. If we need to get things going, with private action like we've done with Centrus and our recent memorandum of understanding, kicked that off, we will to support our schedules. But again, for light water and advanced reactors, we have a lack of suppliers and competition in the fuel supply. So we're all like super excited about our designs, but if we don't establish multiple enrichers in the marketplace and establish some competition, we won't have a competitive fuel supply. So we really need to pursue that in public-private partnership. We're spending tremendous private capital. We raised $830 million last year with two international investors. One steel company, ArcelorMittal, also at SK led the investment with Bill Gates, but also Hyundai Heavy Industries or Hyundai HD in Korea. What you're seeing here is all of these industrial companies who are realizing this need for clean energy and they're getting involved. So I think the private investment for the fuel supply is going to be there, but as it's been done before, we're going to need that public investment in the fuel supply because again, we're competing with China and Russia who are subsidizing those efforts.
I know Carolyn has also her company has recently signed an agreement with Centrus as well to buy HALEU and kind of to try and solve the chicken and the egg problem by doing both sides at the same time, by also doing power purchase agreement for their reactor to help do continuing deployment for their design. So can you talk a little bit about how you came to that agreement?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And yeah, shout out to Dan and the team at Centrus for all the exciting work. I think there's several enrichers. Of course, when people talk about the lack of fuel supply chain, there's many parts, right? You mine their uranium, you have to enrich it, and then you have to have fabrication. X-Energy's been building their fabrication plant, which is exciting. A lot of these movements on enrichers is crucially important, as Chris pointed out, not just for HALEU, but LEU. trying to wean our country off of Russian supply of largely the enrichment services means that all of nuclear needs more capacity. Up till now, they've roughly been providing 20%. It's been fairly steady for, what, decades? I'm not the expert on that. It's now lowered to 18. But even that causes challenges to the entire nuclear industry, right? Like an increase of cost of power can happen when your fuel is increasing in cost because it all feeds into the same system. So I think this is a nationwide issue that I'm excited that DOE's invested resources into developing more enrichers. But I do think, from our point of view, if you have build own and operators like us that have a number of customers, once you get to that place, you can make larger purchases and kind of larger contract commitments for fuel services. And I think it's exciting to think about, if enrichers are willing to take risks to, like most industries, they see a growing nuclear industry and they're willing to scale up their production in order to, support that. I think that's one of the things that we're excited to see happen and part of why we partner with Centrus. And we're just really excited about that partnership, and very much so. And it has several different factors to that announcement as well, not just purchasing enrichment services, but also working with them on deconversion and other part supplies. So I think there's, that one we're really excited about. We're excited about other enrichers as well. And I think it's going to take several different supply chains to make sure it's competitive. And I think based on what we're all expecting, there's plenty of demand to go around.
Our fuel story, I'll incorporate what Caroline and Chris said about high-assay LEU fuel. We need that as well in our design. Why do we need it? Do we have to have it? No, we don't have to have it. But we want it because it ensures much better economics. It's all about economics. And the international rules say you can use enrichments up to 20%. So why wouldn't you? Why are you leaving those economics on the table? So we need HALEU to improve the overall economics of these reactors to make, to accomplish the mission that we have for them in the world. In addition to the HALEU, we also manufacture TRISO fuel. TRISO fuel is somewhat in vogue among Generation 4 reactors. Kairos uses TRISO fuel, USNC uses TRISO fuel. The Department of Defense uses it in their Pele reactors. We use it in ours. And so we aspire to become a TRISO fuel manufacturer. It's a special higher enriched uranium, up to 20%, encased in layers of ceramic and graphite that cannot melt and retain all of the waste products produced during burnup. So the Department of Energy has called this the most robust fuel ever invented. And we see a great future in advanced reactors and the fuel that will come out of it, which is why we've made these investments into the fuel manufacturing business, in addition to reactors at X Energy, a business model we stole from GE.
As I said, we're all on the same page here.
Yeah. And going back to Carolyn as well, from my own personal curiosity, one of the aspects of your business model going into the future, not immediately, but looking into the future, is looking at fuel recycling going down the road. As you have argued that it'd be cheaper for you to recycle the fuel and use it yourself than it would be to get it fresh once you're able to establish that particular lines. Can you talk a little bit about that business case for you and how you arrived at that conclusion?
Yeah, there's been a lot of work done by Argonne National Lab to prove out fuel recycling. We've been partnered with DOE and INL on recycling fuel for our very first plant. So it's not like pie in the sky, something that could happen in the future. We're literally right now working with INL to recycle fuel for our first plant. And that's very important to us, and we're really excited about that. It's using pyroprocessing, so it's not the same aqueous. It has very different economic potential than recycling LWR fuel for LWRs. If you take LWR fuel and put it in a fast reactor can actually fission way more of the elements that are in there, and it's less sensitive to impurities. So this is different than when people are like, well, why, recycling has never worked in the past. It's like, well, you haven't thought about LWR fuel for fast reactors, and that's really the difference. There are complications. It's hot radioactively, right? It's hot material to work with. It requires a hot cell. But we're working now on 4 different DOE-funded projects with Argonne about commercializing this, scaling it up, and we see it as a really big part of our path in the future. And the reason is because, I talked about there's mining uranium, enriching, and fuel fab. You don't have to mine and you don't have to enrich for us if we use recycled materials. So it's just a more sustainable future to use recycled materials, and it can help fuel what we see as our growth. Ultimately, we could have fresh fuel as well as recycled fuel going out to reactors and even using that value of that fuel decades into the future, right? So we could take fuel from our reactor, recycle it, put it back in that reactor for another decade. We only refuel once every decade or so. So you can really see the value of that resource into the future. When you build and operate your plants, you care about the value of that asset. You know, the way you depreciate it, the way you value it over time makes a big difference. And for us, fuel is one of our single biggest costs. So it's really important for us to lower that cost.
Thank you very much. We're running about 10 minutes left, and I have a few different questions left, so I'm going to make some choices here. But I guess probably the most important question I want to address is what would be the priorities for you in terms of what is still needed to finish, not just finish your reactors, but also make sure that we can build continuously and faster to meet the demand? What is the main thing that needs to change, do you think, in order, or needs to be accomplished in order to meet that demand? Do we need different actions from Congress? Is it a different licensing scheme within the U.S.? Is it a different kind of implementation of Part 53? I mean, what is your opinion on that?
I could start on policy and budget. I think we have to start by taking credit for some of the amazing moves that have been made in the last 5 years in the U.S. with support from 2 different parties. Things like the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program, things like NEMA, the Nuclear Energy Innovation and Modernization Act. That's where Congress directed the NRC to innovate. I can see still, years after that bill being passed, I can see a change in the NRC. In a way, the NRC has to be empowered by Congress to change, and NEMA did that. Fuel availability program, still brewing, okay? I think that's another key policy and budget support thing.
It's ridiculous that it hasn't been done. I mean, it's just a disaster that it hasn't been done. They'll get it done, but the government's moving way too slow. That's the one thing. The notion that they're paying Chris and I to develop and bring to the market Generation 4 reactors that require high assay LEU, and they have not put the program in place to ensure that supply years ago is not good. That is one thing that, sorry, Chris, that the government needs to step on it and get it done. And it's completely 100% solvable. No technology has to be invented. All we're asking the government to do is cut the Gordian knot between providing that certainty of demand so the enrichers will make the investments. That's it. And it should happen. Sorry, Chris.
Oh, no worry. My last point was going to be people. I have to agree with some of the other panelists today. Yesterday I was at DOE with Secretary Granholm. I'm on the Energy Workforce Advisory Board. We can build centrifuges, we can build machine shops, we can build power plants, but you can't change demographics quickly, right? And we have changing demographics that are really going to require us to, train as many people as we can, and we're going to have to create access for lots of communities who haven't really participated in energy projects before. It used to be we pursued diversity because, well, it was a good thing to do. Now we need to do that, but also we absolutely need these people, or we won't have the workers we need for the energy supply for our country and the world.
Roger? I'd say 3 things, and the first one I want to be very optimistic because we're now in the details. Like, we're really in the weeds of this. We have partnerships, we have technology cooperation agreements, we have customer orders, we have sites that are picked out where you could see how the construction could start to come together. So these questions are really front and center in terms of how do we think about what do we need from the government, what do we need from policy, from co-funding, from risk sharing, US, EU, other places. And the reason I'm optimistic is because the government, whether DOE, our colleagues in the EU, they really have been true partners in this. It's really been a willingness to listen, a willingness to not necessarily say no. Maybe they're not going to agree, but to find a way to move forward because they share the motivation and the need to get this right. So we're in those details. We hope our resolution then will be good precedent for everyone else here. But I do feel optimism that even if the solutions to some of these policy issues, co-funding issues, risk issues don't come out exactly the way we want them to, we're going to find a workable solution because the government's been such a good partner with us and wanting to work shoulder to shoulder. And that's not something we take for granted. I don't know if 2 years ago I would have been able to say that, or even a year ago. Globally, we do see need for more regulatory environment, getting the right frameworks into place. I said we're stretching the map a little bit, and we're happy about doing that, but the regulatory environment in certain places in Eastern Europe, even in the Middle East, Africa, have to come along. I think that's been a theme today. And then one more thing I say is permitting. We're not running from a nuclear side, I think, head face into permitting yet, because the sites that are currently selected are well-established sites that are pretty uncontroversial. But if we're really going to seize the potential of this industry, whether it's the BWRX or my colleagues here, permitting reform, permitting a shift in the mindset, however you take it even, is going to need some refreshing, some reform. And how do we work together with odd bedfellows, not only from a regulatory perspective, but from a collaboration perspective, to address some of the concerns people might have about the proliferation of small modular reactors and being very affirmative there. So that's, I think, our next step in what we need to be thinking about. We're trying to get through those first two first, but we're on thinking about the permitting issue and want to be very proactive there.
Carolyn?
Yeah. I'd say I'm really excited and encouraged by some of the actions taken by Congress and our country here in the United States to pass the IRA, to have investment tax credits, production tax credits, and significant amounts of money allocated to the DOE loan programs office. I think there's so much potential there. Each of those levers fundamentally changes economics that are needed to help get this whole industry to nth of a kind, right? That's what we're all talking about here. And I think those kinds of levers are things that are reasonable, non-market distorting, truly, like that allow for enabling that. And I think those are really exciting. I think when it comes to NRC reform, I'm excited to see too how I think the industry's really shifted narrative over the last decade or so since we started down this path. And I think it's gotten more mature, right? Like I think it used to be just like, well, the NRC can't do anything. And we've seen that they can do things, but like, what can they do? What can't they do? How can we actually, tune some levers that actually could make actually fairly big differences, even if those like things are not the sexiest things to talk about when you're talking with your congressman. It's not like we need to fundamentally rebuild the NRC, but it might be like, hey, why don't we change how, frankly, ACRS works or something like that? How do we change how different elements in the NRC licensing process work to actually make it better for everybody? How do we look at small business fees or things like that that the NRC can do? So I'm encouraged by that. I think it's exciting to think we're kind of in this mature space for a lot of advanced reactor developers where we're now talking realistically about our experiences with the NRC, because now there's many people who've experienced that, and all the kind of different things that we see could make the process better. Because ultimately, if you're building a commercial plant in the United States, you're going to have to go through the NRC, and we have to come together to think about like clear, common sense next steps to make this better for all of us.
There was one other question I wanted to delve into based on a couple of your comments that you've made so far, and that's about the community engagement. And that's something we've heard about a lot over the last couple of days and earlier this morning. There have been some really great comments about the need to engage with communities early and often, even before you start putting anything in the ground. And that's something I've heard from their speakers in other conferences say as well. I've heard you say several times that a lot of the people in the community around the Dow site have been very supportive of the reactor because it's a demonstration of commitment to the local area, since it's a long-term investment. You operate the reactors for a long time. Same with the coal and nuclear conversion for the Chemring project. So can you talk a little bit about how your companies have engaged with local communities to sort of get their buy-in for the project?
Yeah, I'll start that off. So we're building our first project in Calhoun County, Texas. That's about 2 hours south of Houston. Now, Texas is a relatively welcoming place to build infrastructure. Texans take a lot of pride in energy leadership, and they see an opportunity to be part of the next great thing in energy. The conventional wisdom tells you that people don't want a nuclear plant in their backyard. That's actually not true. When you go engage, you find out that even with just a minimal level of education, about the technology, people get quite excited about it. And for Calhoun County, Texas, that plant represents the long-term viability of their community, because it means the long-term viability of the Seadrift plant of Dallas. And for these small communities, the opportunity that their grandchildren will have to move back to this community because it's a viable and economically thriving community is really extraordinary. And that's even before we talk about the extraordinary safety case that all nuclear brings to the communities in which we operate. It is the safest energy form by orders of magnitude that have ever been deployed at scale. And those facts will be received, they will be internalized, they'll be owned by the communities in which we operate. I do not anticipate community opposition being a hindrance at all to the future growth of nuclear. That's what our experience has told us.
Our experience in Wyoming was really similar. It was 2.5 years ago that I went to go see Governor Gordon with PacifiCorp. And at that time, they had announced the closure of 4 coal plants. And we went to see Governor Gordon with this idea about demonstrating our first natrium reactor in Wyoming. And I really appreciate his vision and his boldness to invite us there, because they looked at this not just as a power plant, they looked at it as an opportunity to be involved with a new clean energy technology. They're very proud of their history as an energy producing state, and it was a great show of support from Governor Gordon. Now then, going out to the public, myself and Tara Nider, who's the project director, and Gary Hogeveen, the CEO of Rocky Mountain Power, we did town halls in all 4 communities. And we talked about what Clay said was, first, we talked about the safety of today's reactors, of the 100 reactors that have operated in the US. There's no safer way to make electricity. Then we talked about the technology differences of natrium. And in the end, we had 4 communities competing for the first natrium reactor. We don't take that for granted. And I think some of it too was enabled by Wyoming having such a high energy IQ. They know where energy comes from. They've been powering the rich West Coast states for 100 years. So this is just their next chapter.
Roger, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, and I would agree with much of what's been said. I think, again, we want to look for examples to test and be proof points for the technology. So I think a lot of what I'm hearing is similar. If you look at Clinch River, TVA, Darrington, and Ontario, these are locations that's very well understood where energy infrastructure, energy communities are accepted. They see the opportunities. Now, if we're really going to deploy SMRs at the scale we all envision, or nuclear, we will start to not be able to pick all the communities, and we're going to have to be very proactive with our neighbors. I look at what's happening with data centers in the US, and that's really turned around in a way that's less constructive these days, so all the opposition. Can we learn something from that and be very proactive in how to approach it? I think the case has been made. We're going to use these early opportunities to demonstrate the safety case, the economic benefits, not only the economic benefits of the power plant, but obviously being a hub and all the economic opportunities to revitalize a community like Clay mentioned. So we have to take this seriously. We don't want to take anything for granted, but I think we're all in the mode of creating the best proof points, the test cases here, and building up that strong record, perhaps learning from some other situations so that we can position this as well as possible long term. And there is a shift in momentum too about people who maybe 2 years ago were not on board with this, now on. Again, don't want to take that for granted, but use these all as data points as we formulate a strategy.
I'll add too, kind of like what Chris was saying, when you have communities competing to have this there or reaching out to you to have you as part of their clean grid, I think it just changes the dynamic of the historical dynamic with nuclear power might have been, large companies developing large power plants, selling it to utility, and the utility's like, we're going to stick that here. And then the community around there is like, no, we don't want it. Instead, it's more of an opt-in model. And I think that's how I describe it with us. Maybe even more acutely, just because we're so small, we're literally being asked by communities, we're not using water, the footprint of land is so much smaller. So I think our impact of any of us on here is so small, and then, safety's great, and the impact on land and water is so small, and then they are actively seeking out having that in their community. So I think the dynamics really changed as well as public perception.
Great, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're getting a little low on time, but I wanted to end the panel real quick. In light of the organizers of the conference, I wanted to ask our panelists to give their very quick thoughts on given the upcoming COP28 and net zero nuclear, how best to achieve the goals of making sure that nuclear is on people's minds at COP28 to make sure people understand the need to get to that tripling of nuclear power by 2050. Like what is the prime advice you can give to try and get that on people's minds?
We'll be there. We'll be partnering with Sama and working on strategy on how to make the most of that in December.
I commend, I'm sorry, Ron.
Oh, please, go ahead.
I commend Sama and the World Nuclear Association and ENEC in leadership in the Net Zero Nuclear Initiative on the lead up to COP28. I think it's been a wonderful evolution. I think back to COP26 in Glasgow, where it's like we were knocking on the window, like looking in at the cool kids having a party, and 27 in Egypt, we made it in the room, but were largely ignored. 28, I think it's going to be a real coming out story for nuclear and the role that nuclear not can play. We need to change the language. It's not the role that nuclear can play. It's the role that nuclear must play if we want to even get within a shot of any of our decarbonization aspirations.
I'll be a little provocative and go so optimistic to say I think nuclear is going to be the headline event of COP28. I think COP28 is going to end with nuclear being in the strongest position compared to where we were at COP26 and so on, thanks to you, thanks to ENEC, thanks to the Pace agreement. And I think the key to us is, as we're communicating about this, you've heard it from us, is it's wonderful for climate change, and that's urgent, and we have to do it for climate, but it's also electrification, it's energy security, it's all these other economic opportunities that come with it, it's domesticating clean energy economies, and I think we have to message all of those themes together, which are all true and sincere and fair, because there are many different audiences at COP28, and those themes resonate differently in different ways, but you get to this common ground that everyone can agree with, and I think it's one of the few technologies that checks all those boxes.
And I think just to add on to what Chris was saying, Clay was saying, is not only the role that could play or will play, but is playing, because I think it's been this best kept elephant in the room secret that nuclear is, at least in the United States, roughly 50% or more of our clean air energy, and globally it's nothing to sneeze at either. It's a huge percentage of reliable clean power being produced globally, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen as a result of the focus at COP28.
Great, thanks very much. I'd like to get a hand for our panelists. And I'd like to thank the Atlantic Council and the Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation for putting on the event. And as we end the panel, I'd like to invite Sam to the stage to make an announcement, please.
Thank you very much, Zach. And actually, you made it very easy for me because now I have very little to say. So for those of you that were not here yesterday, we unveiled for all of you this new global initiative, which is called Net Zero Nuclear, that is led by the Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation and together with us, World Nuclear Association. So yesterday, we started the day with a very big announcement. So when we announced that GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy was the first sponsor at a global level from the industry that was supporting our initiative. So GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy was our diamond sponsor, so that was a great announcement. So today, we are going to close with another very good announcement, which is TerraPower is going to be another one of the sponsors for Net Zero Nuclear as a platinum sponsor. So thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much, Roger. So thank you. I don't know if you want to say anything. So yesterday, we gave the opportunity to him to speak a little bit. But yesterday, we have Centrus, which is also one of the sponsors, having the opportunity to talk. So perhaps you both want to say something.
Thanks, Sama. It's really going to be a proud event for us to share the message with you and Mohammed Al-Hamadi and ENEC in December in the UAE. I had the privilege of attending COP for the first time last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. And I have to say, it was really a moving experience to just experience the global energy around decarbonization and to really see the worry of people around the world and to see, above all, the energy of the world's youth on this issue. And it was very impactful to me. I agree, nuclear it was present, but it wasn't, the headline. I think we'll continue on that trajectory this year and be much more influential. With Sama there, I think it's going to happen. Yeah. But really, really proud to be standing with you in end of November and December. Thank you.
I mean, and Roger, you didn't have a chance to say anything yesterday, but I don't know if you have anything to add.
Well, just very briefly, we're so enthusiastic. We welcome TerraPower too, and honored to join. This is the right initiative at the right time in the right place with the right people. So it was an easy, very, very easy. These are very tough decisions for us when you sign your name, when you put money in something. This one was easy because it is just in the right place at the right time with the right people. And we think this is going to be the most impactful COP since the Paris Agreement. The UAE is doing everything right. They're running COP like a business. They're elevating the role of the private sector. They're looking for really pragmatic solutions. So having the partnership with ENEC here driving this made it even easier for us because we just can't be more supportive of their strategy and how they're approaching it in collaboration, in partnership with so many stakeholders. So thank you for the opportunity and thank you for your leadership in driving this.
No, thank you. I mean, and again, I do want to emphasize that net zero nuclear is meant to be a global effort where we truly bring the global nuclear community together. So this is governments, this is many of you, the industry, and this is civil society. So this is an opportunity for us to bring together the message that not only nuclear has been essential for 5 decades in the context of climate change and decarbonization, but is absolutely essential if we are serious about actually achieving the goals. So again, I thank the sponsors that we have announced this week, Centrus, TerraPower, GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy, but I hope that many of you will continue to be supporters, sponsors, advocates. Just stand with us as we talk about the role of nuclear in COP28 and beyond. And Lauren, I took much longer than you probably expected, but thank you, and back to you.
First, let's have a big round of applause for the announcement. And a big thank you to our panelists. Please, I so appreciate your time and your survey of not only the technologies in the order book, but the landscape of those opportunities and their power and non-power applications. And so I just have one quick laundry item before people leave. We do have one pair of glasses that was left at the front desk. There was also either a brooch or an earring that was left yesterday. So if you were missing either item, please approach our staff. I don't want anyone to take off and miss them. But thank you again to our audience, both in person and virtual, who have attended this inaugural Nuclear Energy Policy Summit, 2023 Accelerating Net Zero Nuclear. And I don't think we had a better steward for that mission than the last panelist talking about that road to COP and why we're all here. It's been a fabulous 2 days. I want to take a moment, too, to also thank all of our sponsors, the Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation and those listed. And I want to thank the people who have made this possible behind the scenes. It's an extensive team. So a very big thank you to the St. Regis for hosting us and the AV staff. And then in terms of our staff at the Atlantic Council, who's essential to this smooth operation, I have a list here. So we have Fred Kemp, Landon Durrence, Lucero Flores, Katie Kenny, Lizzie Bowen, Maya Sparkman, Patty Ryan, Lauren Sapolsky, Frank Wiley, Greg Lujak, Graham McIlvery, and Tatevik Kacharian. So thank you again so much for sticking it through the end of the day for that fantastic panel. And we'll have the reception right outside. Thank you to all of you who joined online. Take care.